I'd like to welcome everybody to the April 8th, 2024 budget meeting. Call this meeting to order. Before we get started this morning, guys, anybody got anything? Go ahead, John.
I do. I make 3 quick points, please. One, just as a matter of principle, our objective today is end up with a budget that does not raise our tax rate. So we have some work to do. We have some challenges in there. Second part is ideally get it done today so that Tara has time to come back with any adjustments that we make. It means if we can't get it done in the morning, we can take a lunch break and then come back in the afternoon. We can't get it done in the afternoon, then we come back tomorrow. So motivate yourselves to make some good decisions quickly. And then third, Tara, it's good to see you here. Thanks for your work on the budget. Thanks for the time, Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead, Pete.
Charlie and I attended a meeting on Friday. Charlie attended as the substitute for the mayor. It's a fire fee meeting. It was held by the county commissioner and the county fire and rescue folks. That's where we get our fire fees from. During that meeting, the board authorized an additional $120,000 in our fire fees coming back to Sunset Beach over what we had last year. So that's certainly a positive. The key here is that we'll receive fees from homes that are outside of our municipality but are within our fire district. And those are people that do not pay any taxes to us, but they pay fire fees. So their fire fees have gone up. To be completely transparent, I personally will pay $9 more next year on my county tax bill because of that. But again, it brings money in from people that are outside of our municipality that we service within our fire district. This, I believe, is great news as, again, these come from the people outside of our district, but it also reduces the tax dollars from our real estate taxes that are paid by our citizens that go in to support the fire department. It means we're drawing less money out of our town budget for that. That's it.
All right. Anyone got anything else? Go ahead, Charlie.
I want to thank Tara for coming back and working on this budget. I think we can do a lot of things without raising taxes. Tara, thank you so much, and for your service to the town over the years.
Anyone else?
Just a quick comment that just want to thank John for bringing up the point of not raising taxes. And I think, I don't know if we need to take any vote on that or just come to consensus on that, but I think it's a very important point, and I'm glad everybody is outwardly agreeing to do that. And so let's get to work and do it.
Well, also took Mike to bootstrap on that too. Rumor has it, and it's just a rumor, that our adjacent jurisdictions are increasing their taxes this year. So we just need to work hard so that I support that we do not raise taxes. Hopefully we can come up with a budget that will achieve that.
Raise tax rate.
Raise tax rate. There you go.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah.
And let me just, one more point came to mind. Remember last year now, and of course, Peter and Mike weren't here, so we can't blame them for any of this. But last year, we kept our, with the reapportionment in the county, it naturally raised taxes. We kept our rate at 16 cents per 100, but we did not come to, what do we call it?
Revenue
neutral.
Yeah.
We did not come to revenue neutral like a lot of other communities did around us. You know, they drop their assessed valuation down to where the amount of money per year was the same as it was the year before. We didn't do that. It caused a lot of questioning from our people, from our citizens. But we wrote a letter that was accepted. I think it was accepted pretty well. I want to thank our citizens for doing that and supporting us. And we need to this year not raise taxes. So it's a good thing to do.
Tax rate.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Good thing to do.
Be clear.
And totally supported by the group up here, I hope. So thank you.
One comment to that. I don't think revenue neutral has been part of our agenda
Ever.
for many years, if ever. Am I correct on that, Lisa?
Not 14 years, we've never gone.
Revenue neutral is not part of our budget process, so.
And we chose not to do it, which was,
Yeah.
I think, a good move at that point. As Tara could tell you, it's given us a good, solid foundation for moving forward with our future budgets. It worked. Let everybody know it worked. Now we must move on from there.
Rather than be redundant, I'll just say I agree with you.
Thank you.
Nobody else? Let's go into the budget, inspections, and planning. Go ahead, Sarah.
So part of with inspections and planning, there's one piece of that we do want to look at, but there's a few things that I've gone through as I keep going through our budget that I want to bring to your attention as we go into this budget. So I know that there's talk of numerous new homes coming potentially into Sunset Beach. That's one of the things to look at as we go into this budget. One of the things that you can look at is there's $150,000 transfer into capital. We can keep that in here, but that's not something that you have to if you think that this is a growing pains year. It's something that you can hold off on and start again in the following fiscal year. We do need to talk about this fiscal year with the establishing the capital reserve fund by resolution. Before I actually had left, we had a conversation about that and putting it into an assigned portion of the fund balance. That's still a possibility, or we can, by resolution for the May meeting, set up the capital reserve fund. That doesn't need a vote. That's just a consensus of where you all stand with that, because I kind of need a direction from all of you as your thoughts to that. So we can kind of start there with the capital reserve fund, if that's something you want to move forward with, or if you want which restricts it to capital, which would most likely be the fire truck, putting more of a payment on the fire truck without financing all of it, or you can assign it in the fund balance to hold it aside for capital that can be changed by council or future council.
What would you recommend we do? I was under the impression we should establish a capital reserve fund.
Yes, I don't know, in the last budget meeting, we had a conversation about that. It had been brought to my attention that this is something that we can do, which is assign it. I never got like a specific direction as if you wanted to change that or if you wanted to keep it as establishing the capital reserve fund.
Should we do that now, or should we do that after we kind of have an idea what kind of monies we're talking about in our budget?
Well, this is current year, what we're in right now. So that's just for the May meeting. This is a separate side note. For next year, that's something that we can talk about as we go through the budget. I was just kind of getting a consensus if you want me to establish it for this year. We had talked about it in the last budget.
And so do we have money to put into it?
We have the $150,000.
From last year.
It's been set aside, but it hasn't been put in a fund.
It's in the current budget, not the budget that we're looking forward to.
I think we've put this off too long.
So we can do the
One of things
resolution
I
for
really
May
wanna do
meeting.
is start this capital reserve fund.
Is anybody against a resolution to establish a capital reserve fund?
No,
No.
not at all.
I mean, I'd like to see the 150 that we've already designated and set aside put in that fund.
Yes.
And then I'd like to see another $150,000 for the year we're talking about coming up, the next fiscal year that we're talking about this budget.
Yeah.
I think not to have one is, it allows us to it allows us to take money out of our general fund. I look at our general fund as something that should be there as an emergency fund. And the capital reserve fund, I think once we establish it, we're forced to spend that on capital.
You are forced. You cannot change it.
Right. We can't then all of a sudden
Yeah.
You
add,
can't use it on salaries, or
right.
anything
Did we
else.
all agree on that?
I think we wait with the 24, or the 24-25 budget on the capital. Let's wait till the end of our budget cycle, our discussion
Yeah,
here.
but the discussion is for this
This
year,
year,
the
this year.
150.
Yeah, put
We're all in
yeah,
agreement with
I'm-
that.
We need the resolution, and we had talked about it briefly, and then
Okay.
I
I'd like to
didn't
make
get
a
it
motion
clear.
that we establish the capital
we don't
resolution
need
and put
a-
the 150,000 in.
We don't need a motion.
just
I have
said
to
we need a
do
motion.
at the There's a resolution for the
Okay.
May meeting.
Okay, all right.
So one of the other
Done.
things that
Good.
we had looked at, jumping ahead is, the planning department, if you want to talk about the planning department. That's part of this section.
Since Chad left us a month or so ago, I've been in conversation with Wes multiple times about contracting for planning services with the Cape Fear Council of Government instead of rehiring a full-time person to that position. Wes is, one of the main reasons is because once the Angel Trace, the 398 acres is taken care of however it's going to develop, there are no other large tracts in our jurisdiction that would require a full-time planner to work on. Wes has been in a hiring phase right now to hire retired planners for the COG for this specific purpose. So he is saying he's thinking 2 to 3 half days in the office or approximately 12 hours, and then available as needed for roughly $50,000 per year or $4,800 per month. Right now, the planning budget is at 168, right? So that would save you about $118,000 just by going with this experiment and at least trying it for a year.
Can we see a new sheet made up on this so that we know what that would come to? Because there's several items in here that we probably wouldn't save on, like office supplies. Would you?
It's tab 15.
I'm
for
looking
the
at
planning
it.
department,
Yeah.
and all of the payroll would be gone. It would be the professional services would be increased to the 50,000
So it'd go from 117,133
to
to
zero.
50 to
That top section would be 0, and the 30,000 would be changed to 50 as professional services.
Okay. Oh, I thought you'd be adding 50 to that.
No.
Okay. I see where you're going.
And then, I mean, you wouldn't need any travel, any of this other stuff, uniforms. We wouldn't pay any school. The liability, the vehicle would be transferred out of that department, so there probably wouldn't be any liability.
But we could use it somewhere else, I'm sure.
A different department.
Yeah.
So the total savings would be, for, as you see it right now,
With this department, it would be 118,000, and if you want for the liability to keep that in there, I mean, that's 500. It'd be 118,633, so you can just say 118,000.
118,000 savings from the projected budget for this 2000 or next 2024-25.
Mhm.
Okay.
Basically, we come down to $50,000 department.
Would it be wise to add more to that? Because in here, we've got $30,000 contract for, like we just went through a UDO rewrite, and we spent over $100,000 on that if you count, because it went over 2022 and 2023-4. I would suspect that there's going to be some other things that we're going to be looking at, possibly like a land use plan, other things that we would probably need, maybe more than a retired part-time person, that we would still need somebody at a higher level like a Wes McLeod. So would it be wise to maybe keep some money in that professional services?
I can talk to him about it. He does say in his email to me that he would, of course, still be available for anything complicated, controversial, except, and then he can adjust to meet the town needs.
I mean, I might recommend that instead of $118,000 savings, that maybe we look at $100,000 savings to have just something in there as a to fall back on in case we do need their help on a higher level. I don't
So
know.
you want to change the contract to 65,000, or not the contract, but that to 65? That gives you $15,000 difference.
That's the potential part-time pay for
The 50,000.
The 50,000
for
is.
COG, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Let me ask a question first, please. And Carrie, you probably be in the best position. Will this, my understanding is the planning department looks at each individual house plans that comes in and has to approve it. Is that correct, or do you do that?
That's correct. We look at it.
Okay.
We look at it separately.
They
Okay.
do it though,
Okay,
but not
so-
the planning department. It's the inspections does it.
Let me ask
Okay.
that. The second part of that question then is, even though we're not going to have a big development, we have between combination of Riptide and combination of Angel's Trace, depending on how that goes, we have possibly a couple thousand houses that are going to start construction. So once they start building, as we see the rate at which Logan Homes is doing up there in the old Jaguar Lair area, they're going to be cranking out blueprints a lot. Is this part-time person going to be able to handle all that? Would you think?
That was what you had talked to Wes about, right?
Pardon?
That was part of the discussion with Wes.
Okay. So we think this plan and the timing laid out in there would be able to handle an anticipated workload as these houses start coming online.
The reviews, I wouldn't think there'd be a problem with that. We kind of, I look at the same thing they look at as Chad or Hiram or Todd or whoever, as far as looking at because we're just as responsible for floodplain as the planning department would be, in a sense. And then far as looking at the site plans and stormwater solutions, Cindy captures all that up front to make sure it's there, and then I actually look at it as well to make sure the as-built, the house are built exactly where it's supposed to be built originally. That was on the original submittal. So it's it's kind of a circle. We kind of look doing redundant work, so to speak, but it will be it will all be captured.
So knocking off that $18,000, making it $100,000 we potentially save is doable, reasonable.
In one more point too, I think we're going to get to it anyway, but we've had conversations you have with council in the past about the additional personnel that was that you were authorized,
Right.
but it's been over a year since that happened. You are certainly going to fill that position now then because of this conversation.
Yes, we will, sometime in the next 6 months, I'll probably be looking at bringing somebody on board. Now that Ryan Homes is starting up with those homes, and so we've just kind of been waiting. We kind of, like I said, last time I think we had spoke, we kind of at a flat line here, so to speak. And so eventually, right now, I'm rewriting the job descriptions because I think everything was kind of out of date with the personnel policy. So we've been instructed to rewrite those, and once I get that rewrote, and then I'll start looking for a full-time position.
Thank you.
So Carrie, you feel secure that this plan will work and you're set for the future as far as your department's concerned?
That's a loaded question.
Yes, it
Very
is.
loaded.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Be honest, though. Be honest.
As far as the day-to-day operation and permitting, I think it'll flow just fine.
Okay.
Like I said, there again, our department has to look at basically somewhat of the same things that the planning department normally looks at. And as far as doing on-site inspections, and that's going back to rewriting the job descriptions, we got other duties in there.
Mhm.
And so my field guys, we basically we've picked up now and started doing stuff while we're out there doing the inspection, such as doing a plant count landscape plan that was submitted, on the new house to be able to make sure all that was in place and checked off on. So it's just, it's just a few more minutes for my guys to do that, and like I said, all the other front end stuff, I'm doing that anyway.
Okay.
So, but as far as the day to day, I don't see any problem with it.
And you'll guarantee us you won't retire for the next 15 years?
I can't. So,
I can't.
but
We like
but
that
anyway.
idea.
You can't retire, you can't promise.
I can't make any promises today, but I'll stay around a little while longer.
Carrie, thanks for all you do with your department.
Thanks, sir.
Appreciate it.
That's certainly good
So
news.
Okay, so is that all we needed on the planning department? Okay, and what about Okay, inspection department. We had vehicle to discuss also.
So one of the things that we had looked at for the vehicle is that the planning or the inspections department has their own assigned fund balance for capital, which has 491,000 in it that can only be used in the inspections department. So we can use their assigned fund balance for their truck.
Oh. So basically, again, that's a $50,000 savings, $50,600 savings on what we put together for 24, 25.
So,
But did we,
oh, sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
Go.
but did we put this 50,600 in the budget? When we, at the last meeting, we talked about coming out of their fund. And did we have that in the budget?
Yes. It's in the inspections department budget, but as I went back and I looked at their assigned fund balance, because we have the general fund balance, and then we have the assigned fund balance for the inspections department.
Mhm.
They have 490,000 in there, so we can use some of that for the truck. So it wouldn't come out. It would be a savings for like the taxes and the revenues this year.
So anything
So-
that's spent in the inspections department can in fact come out of that $491,000 fund.
Yes,
It
because
doesn't just have
for
to be
the
salaries, it can be equipment. Now, once that truck, $50,000 is credited to the inspections department, if they try to sell the truck, the depreciated value would be put back into that fund then, because we used their fund to buy it in the first place.
Yes, so if it wasn't fully depreciated, then we would have to adjust it. We've not run into that. The truck that they have that would be coming out of that department is already fully depreciated.
Oh, so the one that is going theoretically to the fire department is already fully depreciated anyway.
Yes.
Okay, I get you.
So in tab 10,
Yes.
under capital 50,000, do we remove that?
No, it
No.
still stays in the budget. On the revenue page, there, which is under tab 2,
Yeah,
it would increase, you see, well, there's a fire department assigned fund balance, but I would just change that to the inspections fund balance, because we've never appropriated anything in the budget out of their department like that. And so it would be appropriation from inspections fund balance, 50,600. So it just brings it closer. There's less of a difference.
So that money does not come out of tax dollars then?
Correct.
So that's a savings for tax down.
Yes.
Yes. So it's $50,600.
Okay, so the $700,000 number we were working on, trying to get it down to zero,
Right now
We've-
we are at,
we've already taken 50,000 off it, and we've already taken
100.
118 or $100,000 off it for the Council of Governments.
with the fire fees, the truck, and the planning department, we have now basically narrowed the gap by 274,000.
When we get to the fire fees, I've got some other comments on that too, which I think shows that we can erode that even more.
So what is that total now? Where are we at right now?
So we are still short by 511,963.
So what was the total of you said the fire
Two-
fees, the,
The fire fees, we have at
Planning.
120,000 right now.
okay,
The inspections truck is 50,600.
yes.
And then the savings in the planning department would be $103,633.
And that total was what again now?
274,233.
That's fantastic. Good start.
Okay, I had put a $100,000 round number, but you're saying for the planning department, you're saying that savings is going to be,
I did 103,633. I did the professional services at an even 65,000.
gotcha. I just want to make sure our numbers jive. So that's 65,000 instead of 30,000 for professional services under planning.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that, Mike.
Good.
Do you have any other questions about the inspections department?
Let me look, please.
I'm good.
Okay, Carrie's answered my question about the pre-approved, the prior approval of another head in his, for the inspections department, it says there are 5 positions eligible, and I'm not going to get into the COLA or any of that, but the head count in your department is 5, and the head count in planning is 1. So right now, we're going to change that under tab 3. We're going to change planning to 0. People see what I'm doing here
Yep.
on this?
Yes.
This I call this the wish list sheet. Planning department is 0, and would the number be 6 for you if you add the new person, or is that new person already in the 5?
That's in the 5. It's Cindy plus their 4.
Okay, so you've got
So-
3 inspectors, yourself and Cindy. So Cindy's not I think she was being shared at one point between planning and inspections. Now she's only in inspections.
It was before. Yeah, she was shared. So yes, with the new hire, it would put us at 5
So that's you plus 4 inspectors
plus 3
Three.
inspectors.
plus 3 inspectors.
And
Right
plus-
now, you only have you plus 2 inspectors.
That's right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're counting Cindy now full-time.
Yes.
I'm sure she was working full-time anyway.
Yeah, but her
Don't we have to
salary,
share her
her
with
salary was
administration
split.
now?
No, she's 100% in there.
Okay. All right. So that 5 number is still good. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do that each time we go to a department because I think it needs to be clear in my brain as to where people are being counted. That's. So we've finished with inspections and planning. Am I correct?
Sounds
Y'all
good
ready
to
to
me.
move forward? Town council administration and the finance.
Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie,
Carrie.
thank you very
Carrie,
much.
for everything.
And as we're switching gears, just to make sure that everybody understands, the revenue that comes into the inspections department by legislation has to be spent in the inspections department. Can't be moved into general fund to pay for anything else. That's why he has such a healthy reserve of the 491,000.
Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thanks, Carrie.
So we're going to 5, right?
Yeah, so under tab number 4 is town council.
Oh.
The main change there is that there's not an election. The liability insurance is increasing annually, and that was the only other change.
Now, that's where you've got the capital reserve money in there,
Right.
correct? Okay.
I was thinking that we wanted to talk about that at the end.
Yeah, oh, that's fine.
Okay.
That's where it is. That's all I'm saying. That's where,
When we look at this, and this is, I guess, an accounting thing for my own brain, in the budget year we're in right now, we had budgeted $5,000 for professional services that had to do with town council. And it says year-to-date as of April 1st, 2024, which just happened a week ago, that we were $6,427. Where does that additional $1,400 come from?
So that, basically, if we don't spend any of the other money in that department, you do not budget by line item. We go through it by line item,
Yes,
but you budget by category.
or by department?
It's not even by department. It's by like general government, public safety. It's broken down in the ordinance.
Yes, and I knew that. I
And
wasn't
so-
thinking.
All you have to make sure that you do is stay in that totality of it. I typically will come to you in May with a budget amendment that makes
bunch of
everything more
transfers.
clean. But if a department goes over, I come to you and say, this department cannot go over, we have to do a budget amendment, or it's going to go over, we have to do a budget amendment. Even though it's not necessarily budgeted that way, we keep it very clean that way. And so this one should not go over. You still have money remaining in advertising and things like that, and in the dues and subscriptions.
Gotcha. Thank
So
you.
it should be,
Right.
it should be okay. And that was completely unexpected. They went way up on their fee this year, across the state, I believe.
And what's our procedure here, Mayor? Do we approve a department at a time here?
I mean.
No,
we don't have to prove it.
there's no really approval. This is
Okay.
just conversation. You tell me what changes that you want to see made, and then I go and make the changes. And hopefully by the end of today, we have a balanced budget.
Give us the bottom line.
And so I can give you a balanced budget. Then at the May meeting, you would get your final draft that would go sit in the lobby. We set a public hearing, things like that.
What happens to our April 16th meeting? In our original budget plan, we planned on an April 16th.
And it still may be in there.
Is that if needed? Okay.
All right, good.
She said we still need it probably at this stage.
At this
We
point,
don't know.
We can
At
see
this
where we're
point-
at the end of
Okay.
At this
today.
point, it's too early to tell.
Yes, we don't know.
Yeah.
Administration now.
So the administration department, the changes in there are the events coordinator is in there, the HR person is in there, the town administrator, the deputy clerk, and Dustin as project manager are the 5 positions that are now in administration.
And project manager includes code enforcement?
Tara, can you just say those again? So that we
Sure.
get those down.
So your town administrator, your events coordinator, the HR person, the deputy clerk,
Town clerk.
the deputy town clerk,
and
and him.
Okay, so our administration, we have 5 people.
Project manager /
Yeah, that's what you've got down next to
How,
that.
how many of those are exempt versus non-exempt?
How many of those are what? I'm sorry.
Exempt versus non-exempt. Overtime versus
Oh,
salary.
the positional wise, the deputy is not exempt. Events coordinator would not be exempt. So town administrator, the HR, and the project manager would be exempt. Right?
And what does that mean?
That means no overtime.
I know I wanted her to clarify that. But
Overtime.
Okay.
It's whether, and yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty much it.
So the only ones
Okay.
that are non-exempt are deputy town clerk and events coordinator.
Right.
Correct, thank you.
All right, so I've got Lisa, I've got an events coordinator, I've got a town clerk, which we have to fill that position,
Deputy town clerk.
deputy town clerk.
Get
Okay.
that right.
We have to fill that position, right? We have HR, which we have to fill that position, and we have project manager. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And everybody else, is it going to be like in finance or someplace else?
Finance has 3 positions budgeted. There's the front desk, which is accounts receivable. There's accounts payable and a finance clerk.
Who's accounts payable?
Who is accounts payable? Sendai.
But accounts receivable, we have to fill that position,
It's not filled, correct.
and finance is not
Not
filled.
filled.
For accounts receivable, accounts payable, is that part-time really, or is it full-time?
Those are each a full-time position.
Okay.
Thank you.
How long is the open position accounts receivable? Anybody know?
Okay.
How long has that one position been open? I mean, Sendai's still,
2 weeks.
Who's,
The accounts receivable.
For the
No,
front desk.
yeah, it's the front desk
So
position.
6 months.
Okay.
No, I don't remember the dates, to be honest with you.
So it's been open since Norma
Yes.
left. Okay, and Katie, who's doing it, was just an additional duty for her. Okay.
And then Sendai was covering the front phones.
Say again.
Right.
I can't.
Sendai was covering the phones.
And payables.
Receive.
That's her position,
Yeah,
is accounts
okay.
payable.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got some spots to fill then. Good.
Okay, so the spots to be filled now are, so just,
To be filled,
yes,
the accounts receivable front desk, finance director, HR, deputy clerk.
okay.
Okay. So as we go through administration, we have not saved any money on administration. I'm keeping a saved money column here.
Good point.
But this budget includes filling all those positions.
Yes.
Full-time, starting
Yes.
1 January. And so if none of them are filled,
Starting July.
what, 1 July, sorry. If none of them are filled, what figure do you use for their salary to base? If you're filling the HR director, but we have nobody in there, we haven't negotiated a contract price for your calculations to come up with the salaries and wages and all the other things.
The league, what the league suggestion is. So there's the salary study from the league. You're saying for a position that we don't have and how
Yeah,
much they make.
Yeah, how do you,
There's a league salary study that comes out and it's grouped by peer group.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of took the median of what was
okay, the
in that.
median
The
of the
average.
league, of municipal league,
Yeah.
Yes.
right, okay.
The average.
Okay.
I have a question, and this is more of an explanation for the public. Lisa and I had a conversation the other day about the HR position, and I felt it could be filled with a part-time person. And Lisa explained to me all what that HR person would do. Lisa, do you mind going over that?
I'll do my best. We have a lot of conversations, Charlie. That person would do payroll. She would, or he would administer all of the insurances through the benefits that the town offers. In addition, would handle the voluntary benefits that are offered, such as Aflac or Globe or
401k.
Allstate, administer the 401k system and the retirement system. In addition to helping with open enrollments and anything that any other employee would need assistance with, such as a marriage, a divorce, a loss, that person will be instrumental with that. Basically, that person sees that person on the first day, and HR will see that person on the last day.
I would assume they'd also
And-
take care of job descriptions and
Yes, administer the personnel policy.
also do human resources
Right.
stuff.
And receive complaints?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Concerns.
meant by human resources stuff.
Mhm.
Oh, well, I took HR to be human resources. Okay.
And just to make sure everybody knows, who's been doing all that?
I am.
Thank you.
Charlie, did you change your mind, or do you still
No,
think we should
no,
consider a
I,
part-time?
I can see where it would be full-time.
Yeah, I was with Charlie on this until I talked to Lisa, went over the big job description there and everything, and it is a full-time position, I feel strongly.
You know, I look, while we got administration here, and I think you've already sort of addressed it, the retirement fund, this is a choker. Just in administration, it's gone up from $41,000 to $83,000 a year. And I don't think the head count might have changed by one, but
It changed by 3.
okay. But I mean, and I see this in every department. The what do you call it? Liggers, whatever that acronym is. It's huge. I mean, what a nut we have to address this year compared to last year.
So where does that figure come from, or why do we do that?
State.
So that figure comes from the state. It's mandated.
Yeah.
The employee is required to pay 6% out of their paycheck every week to this, and then the town is required to pay a percentage. Our percentage is higher than most because we were part of the health benefits after retirement, which we don't have anymore, which Lisa and I have fought over and over again to have our rate reduced. But it is going up every single year. Just a few years ago, we were sitting around 15, 16. We are at 21% of salaries.
Just as a
And
number,
we have no say in that whatsoever. That is 100% from the state.
it's gone up $151,000 between the year we're in right now and the upcoming budget year that we're dealing with here. So
A lot of that is changing positions too.
Okay. I'm still saying we got to find that
Oh,
money.
yeah.
It's still money that we have to find in the budget that we didn't have to find last year.
And in past councils, I think it was 2008, the council lobbied General Assembly to get the town put into the state health plan, which is our health insurance. And we opted in at that time for retiree health insurance coverage. Until, was it January 21?
January of 2021.
As of January 2021, nobody hired from that date after is allowed or eligible for retiree insurance. But everybody pre that date would still get retiree health benefits. And those are paid. That's why we pay the additional premium. That's why the councils back then lobbied General Assembly to get that.
So we stopped that because we realized how that was
No,
gonna
the
be.
state stopped it.
Okay.
We had no choice on the matter.
Yeah,
So
the
in
state stopped
2021,
it from across
If
the
you
board.
started work in 2021 or later, you do not, that benefit is not offered to you anymore.
Correct.
So when you retire, you retire.
Yeah.
But people that were on the payroll prior to then, if they're still an employee now, when they retire, they're going to get health insurance.
Correct.
Yes.
Is it contributory or self, or 100% paid by the state?
It's paid for the employee, the retiree. And then if spouses are added or any of that, that's 100% on the retiree.
Thank you.
That's good.
All right, are we done with administration?
So did we save any money here anywhere?
No,
No.
I wrote down 0.
Yes, yeah.
What is the next one? Finance? Dustin, how come you don't want anything? Okay.
The only thing that I changed for finance is I upped the training and certification line some, depending on who you have come in as finance director, or even the accounts receivable. You want to make sure you have enough in there for them to get North Carolina training.
That's the $3,000 number.
Yeah, I just added
opposed to
$1,000
$2,000.
to it. Just the School of Government would be where they should go, and it's not cheap.
It shows, though, for the department that it's down $20,000 over what it was last year as an overall.
It's going to depend on who you bring in as finance director and their experience and things like that.
Okay. So we could, okay, I see clearly what you're saying. Because you've basically taken that out of salaries. Gotcha. All right, no savings under finance, huh?
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Are you waiting on anything from town council when it comes to filling any of these positions? I know you've sent out some job descriptions to us to review. Has that been sent back to you with comments, or are you waiting on us for anything?
I'm waiting on the HR job description, but I don't
That's
remember.
with, that's
exactly.
with Grady, isn't it?
It is with Grady.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard from him yet. But I don't know that I've heard from all of you all.
Well, you advertised the town clerk and the finance director.
I did.
Yeah, but not HR.
Those
HR, well,
positions were
Waiting for it to
already.
come back from Grady.
Right.
I looked at it until you was okay.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Your question was, did all the council members respond to you on the HR? I did.
I did.
I did.
Yeah, maybe. Charlie, did you respond?
did.
Okay. Yeah, then you all responded. So I'm just waiting on Grady.
Okay.
Okay, good. Because certainly we want to move forward on all of those spots that we've got to have open.
Have you advertised accounts receivable?
That was
You ever-
when we were looking at different options for events coordinator and trying to
But normally,
figure out something. So I think that's where the holdup became with that. And then staffing has changed. So
Mhm. I haven't specifically advertised the accounts receivable, but I did add an administrative assistant to the deputy town clerk position.
Which would be, as in the past, would be the accounts receivable.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's in there. And that's been advertised
Yes.
at least once.
Yeah, I
this
think
week,
Mike just
if
held
not-
that up, didn't you,
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah.
Yes.
it's been advertised. Closing is April 26th.
Okay. All right, what's next?
More for the finance, not moving on to the streets, infrastructure, sanitation, environmental.
That takes, we had no questions on the, any of the other stuff.
Well, I think
No,
what we're
no
going to do
budget
is,
costs, no equipment for programs.
Oh, sorry.
oh, I didn't pick that up, John. What were you saying?
Budget costs, anything, programs? The programs position, Dustin's position? Did we have any discussion? Any there?
Yeah.
No costs, no additional for that?
Oh, I see what you mean. I
Yeah.
see what you mean.
And no additional cost for the event coordinator position? All that's
In there.
It's there.
yeah.
I assumed it was. 'cause
Well, Tara, Lisa,
Sorry.
the question was, before we get out of this topic, was no additional cost for, we've discussed everything, equipment and anything needed, training for the events coordinator and for the program manager? So we don't have anything else in the budget affecting those positions, okay?
A lot of his is paper and ink, which is pretty much covered under department supplies.
Who takes care of your administrative work? Because I'm sure there's a ton of it now with all the notices you're putting out.
He doesn't.
Okay. So Vicky doesn't help you, or no one else here helps you?
He helped me a little bit.
Okay.
Things like walkways.
Can't hear you.
Sorry.
Maybe like the walkways, help me with that without notices and all that. But other than that, any violations or anything like that goes through me. I send all that out.
Okay. Good.
Do we still have the contract? John, what's his name? And that's
Is it Gaines or
Gaines.
Yeah. John Gaines.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's,
In focus.
is that in professional
where's
services?
that?
That comes out, that's been coming out of the inspections department due to the
Oh, yeah.
more the structural
Mhm.
side of it that they do.
So that can come out of their fund.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like the building.
The building's falling
condemning.
apart.
It's the minimum housing
Mhm.
and all that you all adopted.
Got it. Yes. Okay.
So that's, going back then, that's under contract services?
For
For
inspections,
For
number
inspections.
10.
You've got annual fee for software and in focus is
John Gaines.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
If John is coming out of inspections, professional services, we have nothing in that line item.
Contracted services.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard. Okay, fine.
Just for edification, does he get paid by the call, or does he get paid by the hour? Does he get paid by the on a commission basis?
It's a flat fee. I
Each-
want to say it's $600 a month. Remember? don't remember
Even if we
right
have
now.
none or one or 20,
Mm-hmm.
it's still $600 a month.
Mhm.
I want him negotiating for me.
He's working on a lot.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for bringing that up, John.
Mhm.
I'd missed that. Are we going to take care of Matt because he's here?
Yep.
Yeah. We're at
So we're
streets.
starting with
Streets.
stormwater.
It's up to you. You know, it's-
Yeah, so
Well,
in stormwater, there wasn't a lot of changes. The one thing that we did do was pull the salaries out of stormwater and put all of it in public works they Matt is over all of public works and having it separated. They should all be in the same budget.
That's why stormwater just has one person in it now.
There's no people
No
in it.
people.
Oh, you took, well, I'm looking at stormwater department, one position. Oh, okay. There's no money there. Okay.
Yeah, there's no money.
So there's zero, that one should be a zero, okay, because there's no money that you're transferring. All right, so stormwater department is really just a placeholder. It doesn't have anything in
It's
it.
for the project.
Yeah, it's
So
project
you go to
oriented, yeah.
tab 12.
Mhm. Where we've got $353,000 worth of new work, which I think we're going to discuss.
Yeah, so one of the things that we had looked at with that was that everything that was presented was the 353,000.
That's right.
We had talked about it, and I think 160,000 is what we typically budget, and so we could drop that down and do what we usually budget in that line. As more specifics come through, we can change it, obviously through a budget amendment. I don't know if you want to speak to that anymore, or where you're at with anything,
Sure.
but it shouldn't be everything that will be spent this year, not the entire 353, correct?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff that I put on the budget originally was from the capital improvement plan years ago. They were just rough estimates. We already have some of the material to do the work anyway, so that'll cut down on the prices of contractors. I think we'll be able to move forward with the 160, especially for this year, with no problem.
Does that keep us on our 10-year plan? Because I think we were a little bit ahead of schedule, weren't we,
Right.
on the 10-year plan?
Mhm.
Yeah, we have a couple jobs this year that I'd like to get done, and then that's just two more out of the plan that we'd be able to get done and still have plenty of money to do any other jobs.
Because
this
that
year.
saves us $193,000 off of our budget.
Right.
Matthew,
I'll speak to that.
now, the big one you talked about before was the 4th to 6th Street.
Mhm.
Absolutely needed. You had put down estimated cost of $180,000.
Right.
Do we go to state put that, or we go to 160? What do you think we should do here? That's now. Well, let me ask one more question. So that's the key thing. The rest of them, which all, if you had those up, they don't even come to 180,000. But you put all the rest of them in there. They're a lot lower, obviously, and they seem to be, as you have here, medium to low as far as priority is
Yes.
concerned. So the big one's 100. You want to get that one done this next year.
I would love to be able to get that done.
I think we could support that because you subtract the rest, and as Pete said, we're going to save some money here, no question about that. So,
I believe it's all going to depend on the engineer.
Mhm.
Well, you're guessing at what the it's going to come in at anyway. You're using McGill's 5-year-old estimate, which they escalated, but still, some have been lower, some have been higher.
Yes, sir. they have.
So
And
you're
the
gonna, you're gonna
catchment-
change that to 160 instead of 180 for now.
Yeah, we can.
And the catchment 7 has a lot of moving parts. We have to get encroachment agreements from the state to go down Main Street from 4th to 6th. And we have been petitioned by the 4th Street property owners to pave 4th Street. And when the bids came in, they were so high that you all tabled that
Right.
item.
Yep.
So we are in the process now of revisiting that with the property owners to see how many property owners are new, to make sure that they are contacted to get their buy-in
For a paving district.
for a paving. And we would like to tie it all together to do catchment 7 and then pave, because we don't want to do the paving and then cut the road up to put in catchment
Yeah.
7. So we're trying to get all those moving parts to line up.
But you have to tell us, Matt, if $160,000 is something that you feel you're comfortable with, because I think what council, I don't want to speak for other people, but I'm always reluctant to have, well, we think we can do it, but we're going to have to come back with a budget amendment. And it's like, no, please don't. It's
All the other jobs on this list easily within the 160, even if we got done all of them.
if you didn't do catchment 7.
Right.
Okay.
That's all going to depend on the contractor for catchment 7.
Mhm.
You know, obviously some of them are a lot more expensive because they're on bigger projects, and to come down to a smaller project, they're going to charge more.
I know.
So it all depends on that as we're moving forward, looking at what contractors we can use once we get all the information from McGill and the state.
Would you feel more secure with going 180 instead of 160? That's the question. Don't be afraid to say yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that extra 20,000 would help.
Okay.
Well, but we're here trying to deal with an awful lot of things. If wants versus needs, we trust you to tell us what you think you can, if you were budgeting it yourself.
I mean, if we do the 180, I feel like that project in and of itself is going to cost every bit of that. So the other jobs on the list may not get, approached this year. So I would like to get some of them done. They've been on the list for years now without engineering. So I would like to try to get some of those done personally.
Would the 180 give you some wiggle room there to do some of those then?
Yes. Yeah. Probably about 3 or 4 of those jobs easily.
Okay. Is everybody okay with going 180 instead of
So do
160?
Well, I'm going to put an
Yes.
asterisk next to it, because if we get to the point where we need another $20,000,
We understand that.
We always do that.
We
but I'm
understand
going to
that.
write in 180 for
Okay.
that.
And then so what's budgeted, Tara, was what now?
So it was 353.
So we subtract,
80 would be 173,000.
so it'd be 173,000. That would be saved now from the 24-25 budget. Okay,
Under stormwater.
under stormwater.
Okay, 6.
As long as Matthew's comfortable.
All you just thought, man.
Now, that also is including adding, and I don't know if this is in streets or stormwater or what it is, but we've got a Bobcat, which is one of the biggest pieces of equipment we're going to be buying this year. Is it premature to talk about that, or do we want to
Probably
wait?
in streets.
It's in streets, but
So is Matt.
the
Oops, I'll make it pause.
there
Thank you.
hasn't been all of the money spent here for stormwater in the current year.
Mm-hmm.
So it would technically go back into fund balance. And that's one of those things where you could order it now if you all are approving it anyways, and it wouldn't be in next year's budget, and it wouldn't be in addition to this year's budget, because all of that stormwater money that was budgeted is not going to be spent this year.
In the fiscal year we're sitting in right now,
We're sitting in
23,
right now.
24.
So we can order it now.
And it doesn't
If
come out of this
if it's
budget that
roughly
we're
a
working on.
3-month turnaround, even if it came in July, it would still be able to be out of this year because you
Yes,
have
ordered it
encumbered it now.
All right, so we're saying that on the streets for the $70,000 Bobcat, we're going to pay for that out of 2023-24 budget that we have funded already.
Okay.
Because, I mean, as of April 1st, we've only spent 13,000. Do you know if any more is coming out of that for stormwater? Stormwater and the streets departments share the equipment already. And even if we had to move one money, if we wanted to have it strictly out of the streets department, it's a budget amendment to move it from one department to the other.
Not a money transfer, but
Not,
just,
no,
Okay.
no additional fund balance or anything, just from one department to the other.
So
And that would come to you, so.
So where is that money coming from right now?
Stormwater and infrastructure repair and maintenance that was budgeted in 23-24 right now has not been completely spent.
we have $70,000 in that.
and some more just in case of things coming up before the end of this.
So we
fiscal year.
budgeted 160 last year.
Yeah.
As of April 1st, we've spent 14,000.
Okay, that's what it meant.
Now, if that extra money, it doesn't carry over, it just
Goes
disappears?
back into fund balance.
Okay.
Doesn't stay with that department. It goes back in the fund.
Okay, so
Question on the Bobcat. $70,000 without the additional equipment you're going to transfer from the old one to the new one, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do with the old machine?
Trade it in. So it may not necessarily come in at 70,000.
Could be lower.
It could be
65.
$15,000 less.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
But we can safely take the 70,000 now off of next year's. Okay.
You're telling him to go ahead and order it now.
Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
you got the money. Go ahead. And
Go
order
ahead
it.
and order it.
Thank you, because we
Sounds
had a
good to
mishap this
me.
past weekend anyway. So, I mean, the sooner the better.
You mean it's down again?
It is.
You better may not get more than 5,000.
It's probably not worth a whole lot now then, is it?
As long as we can get it running, it's worth a little bit.
All right, so under streets, we've saved, I'm sorry, under stormwater, we've saved $173,000.
Yep.
Under
Yeah.
streets, we've now saved $70,000.
Mhm.
And I guess we're not finished with streets yet. Maybe we can save some more.
My rough guess is that right now we're at 232, 767.
More than that.
We're a lot more than
A
that.
lot more than that.
I mean, down two from the 750.
Should be
or-
at 517, 233, so.
6, 7, 16.
Where's my phone?
How much?
I'll tell you just a second, boys.
You need a machine.
517, 233 is what we saved,
Six.
knocked off, y'all.
274.
That's 274, 173, and 70. 517, 233.
173
268, 963 is our difference.
70 plus. Okay. That's the difference between what we, okay, I
Ain't
understand.
that much
I get
more
it.
off, yeah.
Yeah.
We got to pick up.
174,000.
Okay.
So we take, on the streets, we take the 70,000 for department vehicle, and we take that and make it zero.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to keep track of stuff, do I really want to take, I guess I do want to take it out of streets because that's where it was on the wish list. Okay.
Okay, can we review personnel for streets and storm and public works?
We currently have 7 full-time employees in the streets, 2 part-time employees.
Does that count you?
That does, and
That count-
Vicky.
And Vicky?
Yes, sir.
So we have you and Vicky and 5
Full-time
full-time.
employees. Yes, sir.
Now, do we count part-time? Do we have any
We
part-time?
get a pool of part-time money typically, like that it pulls from. When I do the spreadsheet.
In each department,
No. Public
overall?
Works, police and fire. The only ones that have the part-time.
Okay, so does police part-time, fire part-time, and public works part-time all come out of the same bucket?
No. They each have it added into their salary line. It's a different amount for each department.
So it's shown on our sheet here for streets, there would be a part-time line.
It's in the salaries and wages.
It's built in already.
in the
Yeah.
total.
So we don't see it on here.
No, you don't see it. It's in there.
And how do you do that? Just historical?
I have a spreadsheet that we go through with what the typical hours that have been.
I mean, like, for example,
Works.
we have Jerry. I'm sure Jerry maxes out his hours.
Yes. And
Yes,
so
He's
I
allowed to.
Yes, he does.
I max that
Like
out with his hourly rate, with the amount of hours that he can have, and with his. And then the other part-time is the roll cart. And so we average the amount of hours times the,
Okay, and that's in salaries and wages.
yes.
Okay, right.
This looks like a significant change because I did move Matt back into this department as well as Jerry.
Yeah, it went up 100 grand, but it also, if you look at stormwater,
Yeah, you reorganize.
there was an adjustment, so it's
Yeah.
of $103,000.
Right.
So
Matt, what are your part-time people responsible for?
Well, one of them is the roll cart attendant. So obviously on Thursdays and then coming up on Sundays, you'll be rolling all the carts back on the island and on Seaside Station. And then he also comes in and helps us throughout the week, shoveling sand, weed eating, mowing. And then Jerry pretty much does everything that we do, just 3 days a week.
you don't roll back carts in Sea Trail, do you?
No, sir.
Or Sandpiper.
Sandpiper.
Well, it's the high rental areas
Mhm.
specifically and the high transit areas
Right.
that need to have the roll carts moved back.
Or the people that are just here like on weekends, yeah, I
Yeah,
see
yeah,
what you mean.
yeah.
And I support that. I think that's a good service we provide, not only the people whose cart we're rolling back, but the rest of the neighbors that don't have to look at the cart.
Sir.
Stormwater streets. What else we got? Oh, infrastructure. Oh, 7.
So, so we still have, okay, we've done
We've done streets,
Streets and
stormwater, now we're going to public
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 infrastructure.
infrastructure, number
Yes.
7.
A quick question on public infrastructure, where it says debt service.
Mhm.
What's that for?
Majestic Oak.
Ah, that's what I thought.
This
Oh,
is-
you had
this
that
is-
note there, yes.
This is paying for the purchase of Majestic Oaks. Okay, not
Yes.
for any improvements or anything else
No.
like that.
So we have nothing budgeted for Majestic Oaks, and we really can't until we either do or don't get the grant. And then we have 3 years after we receive the grant to respond to the terms and conditions of the grant.
Well, you have to
Meaning
within the
applying the
3 years of
amenities that we said we would.
purchase, from 3 years from when we purchased it, you have to start building it out,
Mhm.
Start building or complete
right?
building?
Is it complete or is it start?
There's a big or in there.
Yes.
Because when we purchased it,
I think it's 5 years from purchase and 3 years from construction grants.
So we're finishing out the purchase price, and that we still have 87,000 to go plus interest. Is that correct?
No, that's
That's
just,
the payment.
that's our payment.
the 117,
Yeah, because there's
Yeah,
30,000
the debt
in
service.
interest.
Does that pay it off, or just how much
the
longer?
loan was 1.5 million.
How much longer do we have for paying that?
Well, I think we did 15 years.
Okay.
Because we got $750,000 in grants for the purchase of
It
it.
was $2 million, and then we got the grant this fiscal year for the 250,000. We paid $500,000 down on it in cash, and so it's 1.25 million after the payment from the 250,000.
Okay, so this is going to be a
So
continuing
it'll change,
thing.
yes, but
And at some point in time, we may opt to pay it off,
you can.
like we have with fire engines before and
Yeah,
things
there's
like
no
that. It's,
there's no payoff penalties or anything like
okay,
that.
all right. Okay. but there's nothing in the budget for amenities to be added to Majestic Oaks Park. We're gonna, the next checkbox is we're waiting to see if we get the grant.
Mhm.
And then our obligation would start at that point for doing something.
Public infrastructure. So white supplies, landscaping.
Am I
So
correct?
we, okay, go.
Go ahead if you want
Okay.
to.
We have 100,000 in department infrastructure, parking, PW, fire station training center design, town hall renovation.
It's just a placeholder. I don't really have a lot of information on that. It's the engineering of and plans of all the things that are potential.
But we still have $44,000 as of right now to spend over the next 2 or 3 months.
It'll be spent.
Okay, I was going to say if we don't spend it, would that go to the general fund?
It would,
Okay.
but it'll be spent.
Okay.
Is this for McGill? Is this it's our yearly thing? Okay, all right, for McGill and Associates. Okay, thank you.
But this is, for clarity, this is for the people. We've got plans that we've done for redoing this town hall because we're bursting at the seams. We've got things out at the 4 acres out by station number 2 that we're working on. I know Dustin's working on it, trying to come up with a plan that we can afford with all the wetlands mitigation that might come into play there. But you're working on engineering.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So you'll spend the other 44,000. You're not going to offer that up to help
No.
next year's budget.
Plus McGill is also working on the parking plan now.
Okay, would that be the same thing? Same bucket that it would come out of?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Let me ask another question. If we had an engineer do some work or look at some work for the Palm Cove dredging project, in other words, looked at their dredging plan, and I know I'm kind of bringing up a topic here, would that come out of this same bucket?
It
I'm
could.
trying to think of the name of that consultant that did our dredging.
Moffett Nickel.
Moffett Nichols. If we ask Moffett Nichols to look at what Palm Cove people are planning on doing,
I would
Our-
suggest to put that out of professional services and by itself.
Okay.
Because there's different criteria around that where you're wanting reimbursement, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Yes.
So that I could create a line specifically for that to keep it clean.
And
Okay,
this
but-
would be part of the agreement we have MOA with Palm Cove, that they pay for it, then they pay for it up front once we get an estimate of the cost. So
As
my
soon-
understanding, it does not need to go into our budget.
It does not.
Does not.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
John, you were very succinct there. That answers my question.
And where we are right now, just to bring everybody up to speed, is Brad has sent me the application. You all have adopted the other pieces that need to go with it. I will be finalizing that application this week and submitting it. As soon as I submit that application, I will immediately start working on the RFP, which is request for proposals, to bring to you all to adopt. And then we will solicit bids for professional engineer services to come and work with you all and staff to walk us through this entire project. It could be Moffett Nickel, it could be McGill, it could be whoever. But all of that will come through you all to choose who that person is or that company is that we will work with for the rest of this project.
Okay. I don't.
And we would provide guidance to them on if there are specifics that we want to make sure that they are addressing, concerns that we make sure that they are addressing.
Absolutely.
Just a matter for us to identify those
Absolutely.
at the
Just
time we
like
do the RFP.
Moffett Nickel has come, in the beginning, they came a lot more than they did in the end, but they will walk you through every single bit of it.
Lisa, where does the state agencies come in that time frame? state agencies that have to review this, may approve it, may not, whatever,
That's the
That's the
application.
permitting process.
the permitting
The
process.
RFP will include the permitting
Okay,
process.
okay.
And when when you get a design from the engineers, then we will go through permitting. And then permitting will modify that design for their rules and regulations.
So we do not have a design yet because that has not gone out for an RFP for somebody to design this.
Correct.
In other words, provide everyone plans and scope of work,
Mhm.
dredging depths and locations and
Correct.
Okay.
And all the turbidity and all those other tests
Yeah.
will have to be done in that design phase.
Yeah, shellfish analysis and all that.
Shellfish,
Yep.
just like we've just
Sure.
completed.
Okay, all right. That makes me feel a little better.
Good.
Not much, but a little.
Yeah, you all
better.
will definitely be driving the bus on
We
this
definitely
project.
want you to feel better.
Yes, we want you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Bill Beach.
I'm in public infrastructure,
Mhm.
and what I see here is under grounds maintenance. There's a $15,000 increase. Is that the
That's the fire department. The landscaping that the fire department asked for,
right?
that's in there.
Okay, it's because that's not a part of the fire department because it's a part of our infrastructure, all the buildings and everything. The fire station is not paid for by the fire department. It's paid for, or it's categorized under public infrastructure because it's
Can I
a
ask-
public building.
Just for
Now that you brought that up, can I ask a question about that, the sidewalk issue, or not sidewalk, the fixing up the front of the fire station? It was, there was something mentioned in there, and I'm not sure what it means. But it's killing me.
The community center was also added to this line this year, or absorbed into this
Mhm.
line this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
That happens to be
Are
an
you
income
speaking of the
generator.
carpet?
No,
I think where Mike's going is there was some work in the sewer system out there that was tearing up the yard, and that is done.
It's done, wasn't
yeah,
it?
keep on.
I'll go though. I got my,
You're getting there.
I'm getting there after the car.
There you go.
Okay. What's a sideway project?
What?
It says, complete this project if and when the sideway project is completed.
That should be sidewalk.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's, it was originally when Richard and I were talking about everything.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
gonna go along with that, but that's out of the question.
I just,
It's the sidewalk to help get people
from the,
in front of our fire
Bridge.
station from the parking underneath the
Yeah.
bridge,
yeah,
and that ain't gonna happen now.
not a-
There's not enough room with DOT and money.
I might submit, if that $15,000 is the sprucing up the landscaping at the fire department, Station 1, I might submit that is isn't a mandatory.
Critical.
It isn't a, thank you. No wonder you have that seat. I don't look at it as a critical item. I think it's important because it's the gateway to our town park. But it's certainly something I think could be, if we need $15,000, I think it's something that we might consider postponing. But
okay, I'm sorry I brought that up.
and is there another item for $10,000 for carpeting?
Yeah.
I don't see it under.
$9,192.
I don't see it under.
It's in the fire departments.
Well, it shouldn't be.
It's probably,
I mean, it should be under public infrastructure. I know it's in the wish list box under the fire department or in that same part of the tab, but wouldn't that carpeting be part of the public infrastructure?
Mhm.
And that was $10,000, I think.
9,000.
So that's a question we can ask.
It's one of those
Fire-
things that would be within the infrastructure repair and maintenance line. That it would just be absorbed in that.
Which line? Which line now? Oh, repair and maintenance. Okay,
Infrastructure,
okay,
repair, and maintenance.
okay.
I mean, if there's room for it,
Mhm.
but again, I don't look at carpeting inside Fire Station 1 as being critical. Particularly, it is not a public building. It doesn't have a lot of public entry into that training room and into the bedrooms.
The other question I have, is carpeting the right thing to do on that?
From a slipping standpoint,
Well, you gotta
yeah,
put something there, but
Yeah.
laminated
What do you-
floors would not work there
No,
in that kind of
I
an
agree.
environment.
was there
Isn't that a
something else?
question that we save for the fire chief?
Let's do it.
I just wanted to, if we were going to credit $25,000 under public infrastructure, I was going to put it under public infrastructure, but the only thing that seems to be there is the $15,000 for the landscaping. I'm going to make a note under number 7, public infrastructure, that there's a possibility of $15,000 for landscaping credit.
Mm-hmm. It's there.
While Matt's still here, unless you all have more questions on this, the accommodation tax has the big bellies in it. I don't know if you want to talk about that before.
At
Bingo,
this point?
bingo.
Oh, we're going to accommodation.
And what is that under?
Accommodation tax.
Accommodation tax, what number?
tab
18.
18.
Got it.
18 feet.
I do have a question on accommodation.
Did
We're
you
now
say
using-
18?
Yes.
Gov OG or is
Gov OS.
Yes.
Gov OS. Now, when did we contract with
October.
October? And they've had system problems to not be able to do anything.
That was in January before I left. Was
Yeah.
the last time that.
Okay.
So then Lisa has picked up since I've left.
Now, since they've had the problems, they haven't been able to produce anything for us.
The letters are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But they gave us a year under that contract before they said if we renew, it's 10% more. This comes from a public question that I
Right.
got. Are we going to allow them, if we decide to go with them, to use October as the kickoff for the 10% increase for the second year?
I
Since they
just
didn't-
received the request that you're talking about.
You-
So I have not been able to speak to anybody at GovOS or address this. It's something that Lisa and I will have to talk to GovOS about, but it has been brought to our attention
Okay.
and we are aware. I don't really have any
Okay,
specific answers right now.
6 months, half the contract has been non-productive because of their problem.
I feel confident that we can probably negotiate with them because I have the emails stating that they had some internal issues.
They can extend us to 6 months on the other side for the same,
Yeah.
and just keep the money.
So where does that show up in the
So
spreadsheets?
that is in the
It's under
contract services.
Under accommodations
That is
tax?
constantly changing.
Yep.
Yes. This department definitely needs some restructuring. It has a lot of hands in it now. This is probably my biggest nightmare to budget
Accommodations.
because I now have
Okay.
public works, fire, police, and events that are all trying to budget things in this department because they're all relevant. So just take that into consideration when you look at this.
Now, do you
It's
make
a
the
set
department
amount of money,
managers
basically.
give you a sidebar line item? Let's say we're talking about events. Obviously, we have the concert series. We have other things that are towards accommodations tax. Do you make those department heads or people provide you with an estimate now so that we could see it? Or, I mean,
Well, with
it's
events,
a
I mean,
crapshoot.
she's just recently started, and so
Let me
when
pick
we
on
go
somebody
by
else.
over like the concerts and things like that.
let me pick on the fire department since they're here. Well, it's water rescue is not the fire department, but it's a accommodations tax item. They tend to control it or work with that staff and schedule it. They give you an estimate at the beginning of the year as to what water rescue is going to cost.
not specifically a water rescue. They
I'll-
the supplies
I'm
they
trying not to
need
call it beach patrol.
and things like that. Everybody kind of gives me an idea of what they need out of that line item.
Okay.
I don't have any specific things to tie it to other than each department head telling me this is kind of what we need out of this.
Like beach
And if
patrol
they
here
can't,
is,
then it has to come out of their department.
beach patrol, I'll call it water rescue, is $50,000 that would come out of the accommodations tax. That's the estimate that we'll call it Paul Brown gave you, although he just started a week ago, but so that it's clear as to what we're talking about. And then the police for code enforcement would be
So we did parking enforcement.
is
Around
25,000.
25. These are very rough estimates because what happens with this, it doesn't specifically come out of here. It goes back into, it's a journal entry to take it out of their salaries.
Okay.
And so it's not a specific.
So you reimburse that
number.
department at the end of the year or at some point in
Basically,
time.
yes.
Okay. But the money
And
has to
it's
be
taken
somewhere.
out of here
Mhm.
already so that it's not double budgeted, so to say,
Okay.
but it equals out.
Otherwise, they'd be over budget in their salaries.
Right.
All right, so we're looking at parking on Main Street is $25,000. We're looking at $10,000 for the police department for events part-time, where we want to have police assistance during certain events in the town. We have beach patrol, which we say fire department, that's $50,000. We have police beach patrol, I'll call it code enforcement, which is full-time, part-time, and that's $55,000.
Mm-hmm. And that probably doesn't cover all of the salary.
Well, let me ask a question since we're on here. I know that Chief Childress had asked for a third water rescue beach patrol person for the main part of the season, like 3 months. Is that in this number, or have you not even considered that?
I don't have the calculation for that in front of me.
But where would it be? He's asking for it just like he asked for a new UTV. That new UTV is in this. We can see it.
Right.
But is that part-time person in here somewhere? Is it in salaries for fire department? Is it in salaries for accommodations tax? It's $140,000 in here for that.
I'll have to get back to you because I honestly cannot tell you that right now. It would be in my spreadsheet if it's on my spreadsheet for salaries. That's where I pull the numbers from.
It may be something that you've not been in the conversation on too, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Accommodation tax revenue is money comes that we need for accommodation tax fund. Does that come out of the revenue?
Mhm.
Is it, do we always overspend over the revenue side of the accommodation tax?
we don't even spend it.
No.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, you get accommodation tax, you're only supposed to use it for certain things, correct?
We have very broad legislation because we didn't change ours when they updated it to the Tourism Development Association or whatever it's called. So we're allowed to use it on all public safety, all street maintenance, all, I think stormwater is involved in that. So it's broad stroked across a lot of our departments because Sunset Beach basically is tourism. And when our services are elevated, that would be the time, which would be now
Till
8 months out of the year. So that's why there's the beach patrol and things like that are all involved in this. And then whatever is spent out of this is less that's transferred to general fund.
do we always spend less than that?
Well, so right now for this year, I have $69,000 to transfer to general fund because we're spending more and more out of it every year. And I don't feel comfortable raising this revenue at all. Most of the revenues are very flatlined. I got their projections from the league. You'll see it on the revenue pages at the front
Yes.
that there's like no increases on any of the state revenues, 1 or 2% or a decrease. So this is one of those that is not really going to be able to be budgeted as an increase at all.
So the problem that you're seeing growing is that the amended budget for 23-24, we transferred 253,000, right?
Yes.
And now this year, we're looking at 69,000.
Right.
So it gives you an idea how much we're pulling more and more out of this account.
And it
And we
could
only
come
have
in
so much
higher.
money. We only have finite amount of money, and it's not growing. That's the problem. It's not growing.
What did you say, Tara?
It can come in higher. You can, at the end of the year, end up having adjustments or being able to spend more out of this as the revenue comes in. It's just not one of those I would feel comfortable budgeting higher.
I agree.
And
Wholeheartedly.
to pigtail on what Mike Postel just said, which I think is key here.
The accommodation tax
The
software.
anything that, yes, and I mean that's huge. That's huge for us to get squared away.
And if I can
And
give you an update on that,
And I've gotten the same public comments as the other staff, other.
I think we all
council members.
received the email. I looked at it this morning. It was the first time I'd seen it. I have met with them. I have demoed. I've seen our platform. They are in the final stages of building that platform. The next thing that will come is they will send a letter and labels to the town, and we will address and stuff envelopes that will be sent out to all of the people, all of the rental people, and then the platform will go live. So we're close, but we're definitely going to do something about the 6 months that we've missed.
But it wouldn't be 6 months. Their estimated start date was March. So unless it was in October that we started, we're not really behind 6 months because there is a build period in the very beginning. It would maybe a couple months, not 6 months, because there is that time where they were working behind the scenes building that platform. And so their estimate that they gave us in the very beginning was the beginning of March.
So that's 4 months.
It's right now we're at 1 month.
No, I'm saying they were going to use 4 months of the contract to build a platform,
Okay.
which is a third of the contract. Okay.
And then another clarification, in our department meeting, we talked about needing to split beach rescue from beach patrol when we were talking, so that it would be clear as if we were talking about fire department people or if we're talking about police department people. So in the staff meeting that we had last week, we all agreed to call fire department beach rescue and leave beach patrol with the police department. That's right?
I like
Okay,
it.
so beach rescue.
So anything under the fire department now is going to be addressed as beach rescue,
Okay, good.
because their main focus is the water.
Okay, not water rescue. Got it. Now, for everybody watching this too, even though it sounds like this accommodations tax is kind of, I don't want to say out of control, but it's a difficult animal to corral. But the good news is every penny that's left over at the end of the year, we don't lose. It goes into our general fund, and it's a lot of money. So it's an important part of our process.
Can we look at Big Belly now, replacement? Finally. It's right there down the bottom. Big Belly replacement was $138,000. Now, the last meeting we had with Matthew, the company came in with 3 proposals. One was the 138, which was to give us all new
Camps.
Everything.
whatever you call them.
On it.
And then there was one to deal with what you call it, preventive maintenance. So much a year, they would come in and do all the
5 year.
updates for 5 years. And the other one was that we talked about doing was the idea of stockpiling parts. So we can have the parts. The worry was parts are going to be outdated, they're not going to be available, and so we're going to be stuck.
Correct.
And so now we're talking about bringing parts in. So if you can bring us up to date on the parts thing now, which is what we had talked about as something that would be viable, it certainly wouldn't cost us hopefully $138,000.
Right. So as soon as we were done with the meeting, Vicky went ahead and reached out to Heath with Big Belly. He got us a quote for all 22 cans on the island and at the park. They came in for 1 year. It would cost $18,864, which is all new batteries, ram boards, just everything that goes along with these Big Bellies. 3 years is 56,000. 5 years is 94,000, and 7 years is 132. And I just kind of stopped from there because
But what does that include?
What-
Does that mean
that
anytime
includes-
anything goes wrong, they're going to send us the part?
that we're going to go ahead and buy the parts. We have to
No.
buy the parts. They're not going to send us
We
any
have to
more
buy them in
parts.
stockpile.
They will discontinue. I don't know when. I mean, he didn't give us 3, 9 months, a year. He didn't say, but he said they are transitioning out of that.
In your professional estimate, how long do you think the hardware that we have, in other words, the cans, are going to really be serviceable?
I mean, the biggest problem we have is just cleaning it, not having to replace too much of it. Obviously, the sand, the weather, and water that gets into these systems occasionally will the life of everything will go down. But maybe every other year or so, replacing a battery here and there, and a RAM board that controls everything.
How much do you think we
So-
need to budget instead of $138,000 for department equipment for Big Belly?
I would do 3 years, but I do want to put this out there. Heath did tell us that everything except for the batteries will be fine, but the batteries, if we don't use them, they can eventually lose their charge.
So if we bought a whole bunch, then we could find them having gone
Useless.
south by the time we try to install them.
Correct. Now, the only thing I can think of is if we buy them in stock, just occasionally switch them out, and then, just kind of in and out here and there.
Bring a new one in, take an old one out.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I can think about. Is I don't know the exact kind of battery that they send. I mean, it's just small, but I don't know if we can just go up to, advanced or something like that to
Battery
get one.
plus.
It's probably like our garage door opener battery or something like that. It's a small.
But they're
12
they're
volt.
saying there's a relatively short shelf life for just sitting these
Correct.
in a storeroom.
Yeah, by rotating them, maybe you can keep them going.
Possibly, yeah.
Now, you said the first was 18,000 for a year.
Mhm.
Is he saying we're going to go through $18,000 of parts in 1 year?
No,
But
No.
18, we got to make up our mind what we want to stockpile here.
correct. I mean, you're kind of going to go with, in my opinion, you're going to have to go with all of it if you're going to do it. Because, like I said, okay, what if we get half of this and then so many months, hey, we don't have that part anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're back at, now we have to buy all new.
What
You know
is the
what I'm
18,836 buy us?
Well, 1 year
So
at 20, enough for
22.
22.
22 for 1 year.
All parts for
This is
22.
just right off the bat.
So this is a maintenance agreement.
No, it's a parts
It's a
agreement.
It's for parts.
We're going to do the
Parts
work,
for
they're
parts.
just
Buy
supplying
the parts, deliver us the parts, and we have them on hand when it breaks
Correct.
or is
I mean,
needed.
basically, if we
But we're
spent
talking about
36,000.
batteries that we have an uncertain shelf life. You buy 5 years of batteries, they may not
go
last
dead.
5
They
years.
may not.
He's
And you
basically going, 1 year is going to get you 22 batteries if everyone takes one
Yeah.
battery.
Yeah. So
And we may not use 5 of them in the first year. We may not use none of them. I mean, then again, we may use 10, but that
correct.
guarantees us we got at least one change out for every one in a 1 year contract for 18,000.
And if you
Correct.
buy 3 years, you get 3 years of parts delivered at one time,
Yep. That's it. Yeah, for
56,000.
90 something $1,000 less than buying them all outright right
It
now.
was 56 something. What was it?
It was 56,592 for 3 years.
What do you think, Matt?
I mean, if we're gonna do that and we're trying to save on budget this year, obviously, I would go ahead and buy at least 2 years worth.
Which is $56,000.
Which is no, I didn't do 2 years. It's probably like $33,000 or
Okay.
37,000.
15 times 3.
18.
That
plus
basically
18.
saves us $100,000 right there off the
Right.
get-go.
Yeah.
How often, as you've been going through this, how often have you been using, how often have you seen the batteries go bad? Is that something that's relatively easy, or do they last a lot longer than a year sometime? Or
They do. They do.
I guess it's according to how much it's used.
Exactly. Obviously the summertime's
Yeah.
all the time. But if we can, like some of these other parts, like the RAM sensor, if there's trash juice that gets on the sensor, it's going to think, oh, okay, it's full. I need to keep going, which is making the battery go. So if we can keep those things cleaned off more, the battery will last a lot longer.
So along with these parts and some preventative maintenance, we can stretch these things out
I
some more.
believe so.
Are they solar, which recharges the battery because of the solar unit that's there? Okay. Well,
I would think do 2 years and just keep in mind that we're likely going to have to come up with something besides these big bellies, either replace the big bellies or find a new generation of systems to put in. And think, just keep that in mind, that not too far down the road, we're going to have that expense.
If we get those 2 years and then you keep up with that guy and you see that they're fixing to do all their changeover from parts, we could always come back and say, hey guys, we've used this many, do we need to buy this back up?
Yeah.
Right. Instead of spending all this money one
Good,
time.
good
we can
point.
take that back
Yeah.
in.
Is the advantage of Big Belly the fact that it is a trash compactor as well?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that to me would be the advantage, because it would fill up in a
An
day.
hour.
Hours.
Not even, about a half a day it would fill up. So yeah, it's really good to compact that all down.
Does it send you a signal when it's full, or does the light just come on?
We do have, Dustin and I definitely have them on our phones. It's an app. We can check them. We can see what needs to be serviced. They give us alerts. They can see how full they are.
So it's convenient.
Yes.
You're not going to check on them to see if they're full.
Right.
Time saver.
You show when they're full.
I mean, well, the only time we check on them is during the morning time when we're doing our beach trash run, because we empty all the big bellies at that
make sure
time
somebody
anyway.
didn't steal it.
And plus they, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Vicky gets the email from them.
Yeah.
And it tells on which ones needs to be empty.
Wow.
And
And
plus,
then you
you
just
can go
pass that
onto-
out to the staff. Yeah.
So you can go onto the desktop of the main computer and look at each one of the system, each individual trash can also.
Does it tell you where the battery is at that
Yes.
point too?
It'll tell you what the battery strength, it'll tell
Oh
you
my
how many
gosh.
times that thing's compacted.
Mhm.
And how old are the ones we have?
The ones on the island are at least 10 years old.
Wow.
And then the ones at the park, whenever the park was built, 2015.
And we've also got them down at the bird walk too.
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about $38,000
Yes.
that we will do instead of 138.
138,000.
So it makes it down to
100,000.
You got room to store them? You got room to store them?
No.
Sure.
No.
Yeah.
Well, how big is your garage?
Oh God, you don't want to know.
You should come
Big
down
enough.
sometime and look at
They'll,
it.
they'll make it
Not
ill.
big enough.
They need new. They need new. I'll tell you.
All right, so I'm showing we have $100,000 savings under accommodations tax
Yes.
without touching accommodations tax.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the water and electric for park, the next thing on there is being worked on now, the bids, bid and so on, to have that done.
And we've already approved that from
Yep.
our standpoint, haven't we?
Yes. Yep. Okay.
okay.
Is that it for Matthew?
Matt?
So now we'll
Dustin
come
and-
back to sanitation.
Oh,
Okay.
That is
oh,
13.
Sorry.
And there's no change here. And then environmental is 14.
When we have Ike Williamson here, is that, I mean, I know who Ike Williamson is, but I know we were dumping in there from the dredge material. This has nothing to do with that.
No.
All
No,
that
no.
came out of the dredging, but
Okay.
No.
Is that where the leaf and limb stuff goes?
Mhm.
Or is that part of the leaf and limb guy's responsibility to
the
dispose
leaf
of
and
it?
limb contract is in that department,
Yes,
but we don't pay the fees to Ike for that.
okay, right. What do we dump at Ike Williams that we,
Stormwater,
Stormwater, some debris if we get them off the side.
oh,
of
from
the
the suck vac, okay,
From
yeah.
the back truck,
Okay,
yes,
from
sir.
the big blue
Right.
machine. Okay.
Back row.
Any kind of tree trimming that we have to do, sight lines, things like that. If we have a big enough load, we'll take it out of there.
Got it, got it. And the recycling is under this line item too, which I assume, I know that we do the administrative work for the recycling, and what, who takes care of that for us here as a duty here in the office?
That's the accounts receivable person at the front desk,
Okay,
along with the finance director.
right, okay. I know that our citizens get a significant savings by having us do all the administrative work, because Green for Life would be charging a lot more than our actual cost to do it.
And they would not do a second pickup.
And that's my next question. We have a second pickup only on the island.
Correct.
Who pays, does that come out of here? The second pickup is
The second pickup.
this
so
$250,000
the
item?
people that get a second pickup pay more than the people that only get the one pickup. When we do the application, there's two
Yes.
separate applications.
Yes, I see that.
And
Okay.
it all, I mean, so the second pickup comes out of accommodation.
Good.
We bill it separate. Not the second
But
pickup.
the-
Yes,
but the
second
citizen-
pickup for trash.
But the citizen is
Comes
paying
out
for
of-
that second pickup.
I'm confusing recycling and the second pickup. So
Okay.
recycling all comes out of here for
Okay.
for second pickup, but there's a second pickup for trash that comes out of.
Gotcha.
accommodation
Okay.
tax.
Okay. I was confused too, but
That was
that's,
I'm sorry.
no, that's me. And the landfill, is that where, well, tell me what the landfill is,
That's
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 like-
that part.
but it's a different item
Yeah,
than
I-
Ike Williamson.
It's what? I didn't.
That the landfill that should say Ike. It's just on the wrong line.
Okay.
That's where his.
So,
comes from.
so the dumpster we have at DP, I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
So Ike should not be under contract
No,
services.
it's in the wrong spot.
It should be up on landfill.
Yeah.
What about our dumpster behind Department of Public Works? Where is that paid for?
That is the trash off the beach,
Yeah,
correct? That's out of accommodation net.
okay.
We have like
Oh, my.
7 different bills for GFL, and we go through and code each one to where they go. So like this here, it comes out of public infrastructure,
Not,
contracted
not
services.
accommodations tax, but the one behind DPW, because it's beach trash, is accommodations
Yes,
tax.
and so each bill has a very specific place that it comes out of that makes it.
And that's the administrative side of it.
All right, so we're not saving any money on sanitation.
No.
Or environmental.
14. Okay.
One of the things that we need to look at in environmental is the contracted services for the pond management.
Yeah.
I missed out on the change for the contract, so that needs to be adjusted.
And
So I only had the,
It's
it's not $12,000.
right. This amount doesn't include either one of the lakes. So we need to raise this to about 27,000.
So this is just our detention ponds that we have like on Shoreline Drive East.
These are our
and-
10 ponds.
and- Okay, it's not the Twin Lakes.
Right.
And the Twin Lakes is another, what did you say, $15,000? Okay, so yeah, I question the $12,000 is covering, it wouldn't even cover Twin Lakes. But-
Yeah.
So you're going to make that adjustment to the budget?
yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
So here, we're not saving any money, we're going up another $15,000.
correct.
So that puts us at 183,973 budget.
At 15K for Twin Lakes. I did notice that the contractor was out there in his airboat the other day on the East Lake. And it looked better after a few days after he finished. But and we've put and I know this is a kind of a drifting topic, but we put the Environmental Resource Committee on finding us some grant money so we can figure out what to do with those lakes. Because right now, frankly, I think we're putting a Band-Aid on it, and maybe not even that. I'm not for having the Environmental Resource Committee talk directly with our subcontractor, but I'd like, you manage that, don't you, Dustin? That subcontractor. Is there a way that you might be able to get up with the Environmental Resource Committee and give them at least a snapshot as to what's being done and why? are we letting the subcontractor do what they think is best,
Mhm.
or do they have a plan?
They have a
Yeah,
plan.
Okay, I'd like to see if you could share that plan with the Environmental Resource Committee, because
Okay.
they're chomping at the bit to try to figure out who is giving guidance to that subcontractor. And I keep saying you,
Mhm.
but I didn't know that they really had a plan.
Just like he has a plan for all the 10 that we have
Yes.
already.
But that's kind of on a different scale as well,
Mhm.
where I think we can just expect him to use his best professional judgment as to what to do in those 10 ponds. The East and West Lake are just a different animal.
Which he's well aware of.
Okay.
And that's why the increase in the funds is because he has beefed up the plan for those.
Okay. Well, I know that you had got, before I got on and Mike got on town council, you guys added like $30,000 or something to some treatment money. Maybe I'm wrong at that amount, but I remember sitting in the
I think
peanut
so.
gallery and
Mhm.
that was voted on maybe a year ago. Was that a one-time deal?
I think so.
Yes,
Yes.
at this point.
Right.
I have a question on just to clarify the natural disaster reimbursement. We have 50,000 in there. That's a contingency fund. I mean, that's
Yeah, that just
Yeah.
gets us started if we have a hurricane while we're waiting on FEMA.
and we just renewed the contract with that company with FEMA that enables us, as soon as the storm stops, we can start recovery.
We removed, we approved the contract with the DOT that allows
DOT, only
us
for
to
state
pick
roads.
up
State road.
storm debris off of state roads and get FEMA reimbursement for it.
That basically gets us in and out of town.
Right.
If we decide, if the mayor decides to issue a proclamation where storm debris following a named storm and a state of emergency here in North Carolina has been issued, and people start dragging stuff out to the street, we are not 100% sure we're going to get compensated for that, are we?
No, and I
That's
can give
great.
you a perfect example was 22-23. We didn't get any reimbursement for that. We used this line item for debris removal and it cost us $195,000.
We've got 50 in it for this year. Oh, I
Right.
see the 195. So what do we have to do, a budget amendment to beef that back up?
Yeah, the 50,000, it gets you started. And then we did a budget amendment to fix it afterwards. It's an emergency. I mean, you can have it at 0 and you can still get it started. It's just, it lessens the blow if you have something there.
Because our citizens anticipate that after a named storm and there is a state of emergency, that as soon as the mayor says we're going to do it, that we're going to get paid for it. And it's, they start dragging it out before the storm even stops.
Yeah.
And
So we were the only ones that were considered to have significant debris, and that's why they didn't open that category.
Yeah, there wasn't
Okay.
enough damage to the county.
okay,
What was that, Dustin?
There wasn't enough damage to the county.
so I guess that's just a price of living by the ocean.
That's part of why it's really good practice to have a strong fund balance.
So do we have Powell bill now?
Yep.
So Paving, we always budget at
What number?
what our
16.
So just for, if we get off of environmental, we've got to add $15,000.
yes.
Yes.
We've
Yeah.
been adding and, well,
Yeah,
we've been
yeah.
So it's
subtracting.
183.
It's plus
still in the hole.
15K.
This is a plus,
84.
yes.
I got added back in.
Okay, Powell bill? Is that me?
Powell bill is street paving, and our revenues are projected to come in around 170,000 because this is in a completely separate fund. This is not general fund.
Right.
And so outside of a specific project, we always budget what the revenue is projected to be. And then if you go out for bid or whatever, we have money in Powellville already to pull from. It wouldn't necessarily come from general fund. I will say in streets, we also budget 160,000.
That's my question.
And it's like it usually matches. This year the revenue was up a little bit, and so it's 160 and 170. So you have 340,000 for street paving every year. budgeted.
Just for the, if you wish, the people watching, the Powell Fund are the funds we get from the gasoline, our share of the state gasoline tax, correct?
I don't know if it comes from the gas tax. I know that it's got to go through the state budget every year. It's an allocation that they do a formula for us on. It's population, the mileage of our streets, and that's how they tell us how much we're going to get. There are years that it's delayed because, like this past year, we got the first allocation was based on previous year because the state budget had not been passed yet. And so our second allocation was higher, which is what brought us up to the 170.
But we're paying for it. We're just paying for it out of our state taxes.
Yeah, it comes from the state. It's the shared intergovernmental
And it's based upon the number of miles of street we have.
miles of streets and population.
Okay.
And it should go up next year because you all have
Thanks, Matt.
you've taken property, taken streets in,
Yes.
and those will be added to the Powell bill map this year.
All right. So the two, and I think Tara answered my question. We have under streets, we have infrastructure and repair, $160,000, and in Powell bill we have $170,000. So we have $330,000 to spend on paving.
Yes.
But that does not include paving of dirt roads or gravel roads on the island. That's done under a totally different topic where a paving district is set up by those people. We maintain roads under the Powell bill.
Yeah, they petitioned the town.
So
They petitioned the town to have them paved. Then the town will turn around and accept the residents.
But that doesn't come out of the Powell bill or our streets. They pay for it. We just facilitate that paving district so they can pay for it.
Yes.
What about if you have to grade frequently a gravel road on the island or a gravel road out here on Canal?
Just regular maintenance.
Okay, that doesn't come out of streets or infrastructure repair and maintenance.
Yeah, it's just a day-to-day job. Just regular maintenance. There's no assessment of that.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'm sorry, we need to back up to environmental for one discussion. Dustin had talked with our contractor that does all the ponds, and he is recommending that we put aerators in both of those lakes, right?
Well,
Or is it just east?
Just east.
Just the east lake to get that water moving. And I'll hold this up for you. It's very limited, and it's $13,250 for the equipment and the installation of these.
Is there like 6 or 7 of them?
There's 8 of them.
8 of them.
Okay.
There's 8 heads.
I mean, it's not just one.
Right, there's 8 of them, and there'd be 2 different cabinets, one closer to the hole that's closest to the bird watch, and then one around the bend
To get power out to them.
to get the water moving.
But I mean, we have to have electricity that goes to them.
Yeah,
Right.
the panel
Okay.
box is already there. Is at the bird watch.
Yeah.
And he'll run the power to them to the cadets, actually their pumps,
Mhm.
to aerate. This will help.
There's another box has power in it that's out on the golf course on the 16th hole.
Well, that's not ours.
That's the golf course.
That's golf courses.
Okay.
Ours is at the bird watch. That is our panel box.
Got it.
So they will connect the DAPs and run to these cabinets. There are pumps inside these cabinets that will aerate the ponds, basically get the water moving. That will help with the algae and the buildup.
And the total cost of that is $13,000.
$13,250.
And
Is
this
Is that installation as well?
Yes.
this is a Band-Aid, basically, but it gets the water moving. It starts it.
Yes.
This is what he came back with to solve it.
Yeah, that's the Cadillac. That's
And this is 40,
42,000 says right there.
and this one's 43,000.
So do we have money in this current year budget to start that?
I would have to go back and look.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
And
would
what are
need to
there?
see.
What are there? 25? I just
Yeah,
a rough count.
there's probably at least 25, if not more than that.
Is this the one where we were talking about where I said
24 on that. 24 heads to this one. So there's 12 and 12.
So that's what
So
we
the
did
24 is how much?
43,000.
And that's just the East Lake.
And
That's
Tara
just
brings
these.
up a good
And
point.
the little lake that sort of little one up on.
Yeah, by the
on
golf, by the par
yeah.
3.
Yes.
When Tara and I were discussing this, she didn't actually add anything to it because we do have the 50,000 in that fund that has not been used.
For the
Because
natural
we didn't have a
disaster,
storm.
We didn't have a storm this past fall, so that 50,000 is in there.
So we could pull those funds to do the Cadillac.
We
or
allowed
we
to do
could
that?
pull those funds to
Yeah,
do
I
the
mean, it's a
little.
budget amendment.
And we can do
Well,
that
actually, that's
this year now to start it working.
Mhm.
We don't have to put it in next year's budget.
Correct.
And we have the
There's-
money in this year's budget.
And if we
Yes.
don't do that, that 50 grand goes into our reserve, our general
It
fund.
just goes back to general fund.
Do we do the Cadillac or do we try the less expensive one first and see what it does?
I would say if we don't do the Cadillac, let's do nothing.
Yeah, we would
Exactly.
recommend doing the
I'd rather-
Cadillac.
I'd
All right.
rather do the big
It's
one.
fine with me.
Yeah,
I just
I
want to know.
recommend do the big one.
So do we need, you will come back to us with a
you're
budget
gonna have to,
amendment?
yeah, it has to
And-
be at the May meeting.
Okay, but
Okay, but it's
we
not,
all agree to do the 44,000 one and bring it back in May for
For a
approval.
budget
And
amendment.
then we say 50,000 this year, for next year.
yes.
Yes.
Oh, I think it's a good fund. I mean, I was even going to suggest we double it up and keep $100,000 in that emergency fund, but
Okay.
I think this is
So
important as well.
yeah, we're keeping,
We have to do something about those lakes. Number one, we took ownership
That's right.
of those. And every time I go by the bird watch, there's people there. Sometimes I think there's probably no place to park. And then we have our taxpayers that live around those lakes. And part of the reason was we took over was to fix those up. I think it's money well spent.
So Tara will bring you the budget amendment back at the May meeting.
Okay.
That'll take care of that. And thank you
you.
much. That'll make a lot of difference.
that
Yes.
in those lakes.
Yay.
Thanks for remembering to bring that up too. I'd hate to have missed that opportunity.
So the bottom line here at Twin Lakes is we have to, though, have 15,000 more in next year's budget for
For
the
the maintenance.
maintenance of.
Yeah.
So
That's it.
Yeah.
that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And subtract 50,000.
Mr. Mayor, we'd appoint, take a
No,
5-minute break.
we don't subtract.
5-minute break, please.
Yes. So that's
Back to it, beach erosion. Go ahead, Ms. Amy.
Thank you, Mayor. In this department, we basically just budget what revenue is.
I'm sorry, what number is that?
This 19.
19.
This is where the beach walkways are accounted for. We are finishing up the final 2 of the 8 that we started last year. And we are looking to do 3 more in the 24-25 budget. I am finalizing the 3 grant applications or the pre-applications that will go to the state this week. And that will be for funds to go towards the replacement of the beach walkways, just like we got this year.
In addition to the beach fund, a beach erosion fund that we have.
Right.
So what is this number 530,000 in here?
It correlates with the accommodation tax. And so we get 6% of total occupancy tax.
Okay.
3% is accommodations.
Yeah.
2% is beach erosion.
Right.
This is what the calculated amount would be for the 2%.
Okay, so we're putting in grants for 3 walkways. Will we need those grants? Does the 530,000 cover the walkways, or will we need both the grants to also cover the walkways? Or if we
So-
get the grants, do we need to spend this money?
If you don't spend it, it goes into the beach erosion fund balance.
And we've already got $1 million in that already, in addition to the 530 we're expecting this year.
Yeah. So
This is
that
restricted.
It stays in its own fund. It has absolutely zero effect on the general fund whatsoever.
Right.
It's the easiest way to account for it is to budget what revenue is coming in as an expenditure, so it's a wash. And then as you know what your grant money is and what the actual expenditure is going to be, then you adjust as you accept the bid or contract for what you're going to do. This is just,
So this does not affect whether we're deficit spending or whether we have a balanced budget or anything else like that?
nope, this is a
It stays
completely
out.
separate
Okay.
fund.
Yep.
All right.
And this is restricted by the state.
Yep.
Of what we can spend this money for. And
Sure.
basically it's for beach erosion, which luckily we do not have. So walkways is basically where we can spend this money.
Good.
Okay, that's good.
And now we're on to the fire department.
department.
If no other questions for beach erosion.
Fire department.
What happened to, did we cover environmental planning?
We did.
Yeah,
That's
we added
what we-
15,000 for Twin
Yeah.
Lakes.
Twin Lakes, okay, we finished that.
Mhm.
And we don't need sunset at sunset?
We haven't done that one
We
yet.
haven't done that yet, all right?
Fire number 9.
Here's number 9, Charlie.
So before you start this one, Carol, where do we stand?
We are $183,963 short. Wow, that's pretty good from 786. So
I'm going to ask Mayor if I can insert something in that has to do with fire fees.
Go ahead.
The fire fee board meeting that we just had, our fire fees went from, and these are numbers that are a little bit rough, but $2,338,000 was what is listed in here for 2023-24, the year we're in right now.
that's what I got for 24,
That-
25.
It's projected for 24, 25,
You're right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yes. However, because the fire fees have been, by the county and the fire and rescue have been allowed to increase, particularly where we're getting this money from people outside of our municipality, I've already sold that down. I calculate that the new number is going to be, and this comes directly from the county, is $2,455,000. That's what the increase revenues. So that gives us about $112,000 or $117,000, whatever that number is, in addition to the number that we've budgeted in here right now for our next year. I will submit that number, the $2,455,000, the new number, not only is $112,000 more than we had, let's call it anticipated, but I think it's willfully short of what we're actually going to get for this next fiscal year. And an example of that is in the fiscal year we're in right now, we found out towards the end of the year that the county is going to send us another $74,000 over what we thought was going to be last year. Because the way they work their spreadsheet to come up with a number is, and Chief Childress and myself both will have these spreadsheets. It lists by category of house, how many square feet you have. It lists vacant lots, and the number, they're all counted. But this $2,455,000 is based upon the number of homes that people are living in right now. It does not base anything on new homes that will be built over the next fiscal year. I contend that we should very conservatively anticipate that certain houses are going to be added to these ranks, and that the amount of money that's going to come in from the fire fees is going to be higher than what is the $2,455,000, which was highlighted by the additional $74,000 that we were going to get from last year. I don't know that I want to go quite that high, but we're looking at Gulls Landing, in which they've already got the infrastructure in our town. There's 96 homes in there. That's an additional $20,000 in fees that we should get as soon as that's built out. I won't anticipate that all 96 homes are going to be built out this year.
Not next year either,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, can I,
That's projecting.
Can I-
It's a tough one.
the fire fees for this coming year will be posted on the tax bills that we get after the 1st of July, correct? So they will be based on what is in our area built as of the 1st of July. And then if they get to the end of the year, if new houses have been built, that's what they give us the additional money on. Is
Those
that
come
the-
in as discoveries.
Pardon?
Those come in as
As
discoveries.
discovery at the end. But like I think Mike was going to say, if you look at Gulls, there's no houses there.
I'm
So,
just using that as an example, John.
but
I realize it
Yeah.
won't be built out in the next year or two, but there'll be some homes built in there. Can I finish my point?
sure, go ahead.
I've got 5 or 6 areas, the sanctuary. I will guarantee you there's going to be 30 more homes built in the sanctuary in our next fiscal year,
Should be.
if not double that. We've got Heartsease that's out, Heartsease, which is out by 904, and it's the front end of Chatham Glen. We've got Chatham Glen. We've got the townhomes at Seaside, which are going to come up at some point in time. We've got Whispering Pines, which is in our fire district down on Beach Drive, and they've already, I would suspect that all 45 of those homes are going to be built in the next year. They've built 7 in the last month, and they're continuing on. My point is that I think it's still ultra conservative to not just say it's going to be $2,455,000, but to say it's going to be $2.5 million. I'd like to add $45,000 to that estimate and use that as a budget for what we feel the fire fees are going to actually come in. And I would gamble, or I don't want to say gamble, I'd venture to say that we're probably going to have another $50,000 on top of that, because this past year we got $74,000 more than we thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question is, at what point does the new house pay the fire fee? Upon being issued an occupancy permit, or upon being actually built, even if it's not sold?
It's depending when the CO drops and
Yeah.
then when the new people take ownership. So it's
So if they take ownership in the next fiscal year, they pay that fiscal year fire fee as part of their closing, basically?
correct. Correct. So it's all dependent on when the CO
Okay.
drops and when
So there is a good probability that the situation that Pete's talking about, there will be more houses coming online.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and to
I can
add-
agree with what
Yeah.
Pete's saying too.
To add what he says, the sanctuary, there's quite a few homes in there. That money will hit now. Eastwood, the townhomes on Eastwood, that money's hitting.
It's hitting now.
Yeah.
That's hitting now.
So that's going to be an increase that we're going to,
By the end of our fiscal year now, there'll be more discovery
correct.
in addition to that.
Now, I don't-
My question is, Tara, with this, what do you think is a not ultra conservative estimate, but a conservative estimate?
What you gonna say?
Well, with the 5% added, and if you just went up the 45, I don't think that's overstating. I think the 2.5, you'd be okay.
And I'm just trying to have a number next to this category where we say, okay, here's money that's more revenue that's going to be generated. Because of right now, we're saying nothing. And I say that number should be about $162,000, being conservative. And knowing that fire fees have to be spent in the fire department.
Yeah.
So, and right now, the fire fees don't, and they won't even this year, at the number we're talking about, it still won't pay for the fire department. There's still money that comes out of our taxes, our residential taxes, ad valorem taxes. But we just can't take the fire fees and do something else with it.
Right.
Now, fire fees only cover salaries?
No, anything in the fire department.
Anything.
I thought it did, but it still doesn't cover the salaries, so.
Okay, so it's anything in the fire department, fire fees cover.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to buy,
trucks.
it's not going to pay for the building, it's not going to pay for a fire truck,
Mm-mm.
but it'll pay for uniforms, it'll pay for salaries. turnout
Basically
gear.
pays for operations,
Yes,
Operations.
okay.
but not capital.
I don't disagree with your numbers, Pete, but I just hate to go into what may be to add it to the budget.
The good part about that is it's still conservative because we do come in over what they project every year. So it's not too far out of possibility.
Is it accounting standards to, I mean, we're not saying we think there's going to be new development. We've got permits that have already been pulled that would double what I'm even saying to use as a boost.
So the thing with fire fees is at the end of the day, it's still an estimate. And so you have a lot of room to use judgment for the town. I think Brunswick County is one of the last ones that actually has a fee.
Yes,
And everywhere else I've worked is a tax.
it's gonna
And the
change.
municipalities a lot of times opt out of the tax. And then it's the property or the town has to raise their taxes to cover that. And then there's like supplements and all of that. So it's not, there's not really an accounting standard for it because it's still an estimation. So it's use your best judgment. And I don't think this is outside of the scope of best judgment.
I'm just trying to come up with a number that we can say, because we're trying to whittle down this $700 and some odd thousand nut to make a balanced budget without changing the tax rate. And I'm just trying to use the $162,000 as a counter as we get into
Well,
there.
I mean, the one thing is that you know that the 120,000 or 117
Yeah.
is coming due to the change from the committee.
For the houses that already exist now and the people are already paying those fees.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Doesn't-
this isn't an increase by 162,000. This is an increase by 45,000.
Right. I'm only asking for an additional $45,000 as a round out to get us to $2.5 million.
So in section 2, under general fund revenue, county fire district, we're going to raise it from 2338
To
to
2.5.
5.5
Zero, zero.
there.
No, 250.
25000.
25000,
Yes. That's it.
which makes So overall, we're adding 162,000 to our revenue.
Well, we had 120 in there, so it's 42. Oh, you're talking about the total revenue. I was
Yes.
thinking of the changes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to write on my blue sheet, which I've been keeping the savings and the debits and credits, I'm going to put $162,000 so far on the fire.
So our difference now is 141,963.
So Peter, what was that total again now?
162,000. I'm not bothering to add it up each time somebody burps. I'm going to do it at the end. So it's
And what's the real number, Tara?
What's that?
What's the real number?
Where our difference lies is roughly 142,000. 141,963.
oh, it's not 162 then.
That's just the fire fees.
Okay,
He was talking about the total.
I get you.
I think.
Never
We
mind.
still have 142,000 to make up.
It's downhill from here, John.
I like your attitude.
All of the people on town council are going to take a pay cut, and we're going to balance this budget.
Well, that doesn't quite do
That
it.
doesn't do it. See if we come near it.
All right, we're talking about fire now.
All right, let's go back to fire. Okay.
I think the chief has made his requests.
Look at request now.
And what I have under the fire department, that's police. Fire is 21 positions for COLA, 21 positions for the bonus, which I guess is a $500 bonus.
I'm sorry?
When I'm looking at fire department, we have COLA 21 positions,
Okay.
which I think is a 3% COLA you've at least thrown out there as a starting point or as a,
It's 3%. Yeah.
okay. And then we have bonus, which is $500.
Yep.
Which is $10,500, which is that what I refer to as the Christmas bonus? Okay. And then 3 additional firefighters, a boat, a UTV, the truck coming from inspections, $8,500 to upgrade it to fire department emergency response standards. No other new vehicles. Do we need to get more money? We need to save more money, don't we?
142,000.
No question.
That doesn't address whether or not we have any merit pay. 'Cause merit pay is
I didn't put any merit in here.
Let's go back. What about the boat? That's 85,304.
In my information that I have on the boat, which I think is hands-on, I would contend that it could wait a year. Now, I'm sure the chief and deputy chief do not agree with me. I'm sure the shift captains will not agree with me.
So the boat, as we said in the previous meeting, the boat was due for replacement earlier. We had the motor malfunction, had to put the new engine on it. Run Spectacular's got a new engine on it, but the boat is still, 12 years old at this point. So the worry is it's in full operational mode. We use it weekly, if not more. But the tubes are old, so the recommendation on the tubes is about 12 years, and we need to be looking at replacement. The problem is this company, the Nautica company, is no longer in service. So if the tubes get damaged or something, we're going to be in a jam as far as replacement, and the boat could be, at that point, be deemed worthless other than the motor. Obviously, we would shoot out to companies, and in the event of something like that happening, to get them replaced, which that cost is probably going to be worth more than the boat is. If it's even possible, I don't know. So just apparatus replacement program, that's on the program. So this year's that's due. Not saying that we couldn't get through another year or 2 years. I don't know. But if that happened, I would definitely be coming back to council and say, hey, this is the situation. These are the options.
So,
Let's say
Go ahead,
that we agree on getting the 21 footer. What do you do with the 17 footer?
Definitely, I'd speak trade into the company that we're going with the new boat on to talk about trade in. We should have Gov Deals up and operational. I think that's going to be a great thing. Gov Deals, if we would obviously see what the company would give us trade value. Once that's determined, we're looking to Gov Deals and setting a. I'm not too comfortable with eBay terms, but we would set the reserve at X amount of dollars. So I think it would bring pretty good money coming back. I really do. It's
Pretty
an
good is
operation.
kind of definite.
I think it would bring decent money. So a lot of the vehicles we do in this town, the police cars that are up and running, the retired fire department vehicles, we're talking, $1,500. I would love to get somewhere in the range of what I would consider the cost of that motor we paid for last year. It's going to be around that $10,000 range. That's what I'd love to see. I don't know that I can do that, but that would be my goal, to get about that $10,000.
so the value in the boat is you would think is in the motor,
It's
really.
in the motor, definitely.
And if we drive the boat some more and we lose one of the pontoons, then the value of the boat's going to go down.
It's going to go down.
And we'd be just selling a motor, probably.
Yep. So if you look at the cost of the boat, what I like to do when we talk about this, the cost of the boat, what we've put in here now, there's other towns, municipalities throughout the country that, maybe they don't have the funds to afford something like that. So if they could get in a rescue boat for $10,000, I think that'd be well worth it. That's what I like to look at when we have this discussion. I think it would be possible to get somewhere around, trade in or just to sell it.
And what makes that boat worthwhile is the new motor,
And what exactly?
which makes it very worthwhile for somebody, hopefully.
Exactly. For
What
some-
about the boat
So-
we have over in the DPW right now?
DPW's got a boat. I guess the question, I've had a conversation with some people about just taking over that. That's a nice boat, I think, in the back, but it's not ocean capable. So our boat has to go out in rough conditions at times. I definitely wouldn't want to be in the skiff in rough conditions in the ocean. So that's a great boat for waterway, ICW type things, but it's not great for rough sea conditions. So that would be my hardship of just saying, hey, we're going to do away with this and take over ownership of that boat. It's not ideal.
Could you talk a bit about, you said, the boat we have now, and the condition, you said the problem with the condition of the boat is the tubes.
Mhm.
And the tube just basically, it's age?
It's age. It's age. So it's a fabric. It's a type of rubber. It's a fabric. So, sun damage, saltwater damage, it all affects that. So around that 10 to 12 year mark, you need to be talking about replacement of the tubes.
We have to fill the tubes frequently. They leak. I'm sure the seals aren't great, but it still works.
And that the boat design. So speaking to the manufacturer with the boat that I've requested, when it comes to rescue inflatable boats, there's many different types, many different manufacturers, but the boat we have, it's a glued tube design. So the tubes, obviously that creates buoyancy and things like that, but the whole tubes are glued to the fiberglass of the boat. So it's a rigid hull inflatable, so the hull of the boat is fiberglass, just like any other boat, and the tubes are glued on. So when it comes to the terms of rescue boats, the attachable, non-glued tubes are the best case scenario. Those boats start in the 120s. So when I reached out to this manufacturer, obviously that's a it's a good thing to have that we damage a tube, we call the company, he sends us a new set of tubes, we can install them. When it comes to our boat, it's sewed and glued on, so there's no, hey, I can't call that company in DC and I get out there in the bays and install them. So those boats start at a much higher price point than what we're looking at.
So the boats you're looking at now, is it glued?
It's still glued.
Okay,
It's
that's
still
what I
glued.
thought you were saying, okay.
All right, we have to
Yeah.
decide about, we've got 3 items there. We've got the UTV, which I think is I'll call it a planned replacement, and that would be done at the end of this year. So you would still get this season out of beach rescue with that. But that,
UTVs have been pretty consistent of being needed to replaced at 3 years. I mean, that's
Yes.
with the daily beach time and stuff like that. That's,
I don't have a problem with that.
Do you have a spare now?
We do.
If we're not going to order this until fall or something like that, do you have a spare there now that you said,
We
I
do.
think you've told us before?
We've got a spare right now.
Okay, so you have in case something happens. All right, that's good. Yeah, I would go along with a new UTV without a problem.
And then I think because the pickup truck is going from planning or inspections to fire department, it has to obviously be outfitted for emergency traffic.
Yeah,
So
and I
I
would
guess we're okay with the 8,500.
definitely okay with 8,500 for that.
And we didn't decide anything on the boat yet.
Nope.
And prior to chief and deputy chief coming in, we, under another category, which was public buildings, we talked about landscaping at fire station number 1, and we sort of put it on the back burner, if you will.
along with carpets.
Yeah, but carpets are here where
Are
they
they?
weren't in the other one, so I didn't know where to get the carpet from, but what did we decide about landscaping? I know that we were going to reconsider it when we started talking with fire.
I don't,
It said not critical. That was a comment made,
I
not
think
critical.
it's a gateway item. It's something that is adjacent to our town park. I think it's highly desirable. Right now, I think it doesn't show our best foot forward, but it is not critical.
we also have another year before it's actually a gateway, since the only people coming down that road are the people who live down at that end of the world.
Okay.
The bridge
You know,
goes up.
and they can't come in Calabash that way until we get the bridge fixed, and that's next May or so.
On my end with the landscape, and one of the main factors was this conversation about the sidewalks. I really didn't know, when I put this in, I really didn't know where you sat at that project. So when I spoke to Matt, we were going to have to put some money to repair that grass and trees. And I think one of my goals is to get rid of the trees. We're having some issues down there with pulling out, and the Bradford pear trees are kind of growing over the road. So one of the reasons why I brought that up is because I thought that project may or may not be happening. So I wanted to kind of throw that in that package deal. So
I think we've determined it's not going to happen.
So sidewalks are not going to happen.
No.
that's fine. We can cross that bridge later.
So without the sidewalks, what does it come to?
Sidewalks weren't a part of it. That would have been another bid for the sidewalks.
Okay.
We just didn't want to be landscaping in the middle of a sidewalk construction site. But I think the landscaping is still a rough number of $15,000.
Matt
There
gave,
was-
Matt gave me a guesstimate about a month ago, saying just to do the sidewalks, we're probably talking over $100,000. So that was not going to go into this year's budget. I told him, put it away.
What were you going to say, Tara?
When at the very beginning, when we were talking, one of the things that I missed over in my notes was the interest revenue. As we're looking at all of this, I want to bring that in because I was super conservative. I wasn't sure what the Fed was going to do when I did this budget.
Is there a page you can bring us
It's
to?
on tab 2, the second page. So we've been, in 22-23, we brought in 199,000 in interest revenue. There was a lot of talk of what the feds were going to do with interest rates. It looks like they're maintaining. So that can increase.
Where
are you?
I'm looking for interest rates.
It is interest
Page.
earnings,
Right in the
halfway down the page at 69,000 right now.
Yep.
We budgeted 50 last year, but it's coming in way over that.
I'm on total general fund. I guess I'm on the wrong page.
It's tab 2,
I'm on tab 2.
Page
the
two.
second page.
Never mind. I was on tab 3. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
It says interest earnings there? Is that it?
Yeah.
Interest earnings.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So you raised it to
I got it.
69.
Yeah, that can come up to probably 110 because we've been way higher than this.
Yeah, the actuals.
Okay, so that's a net gain under
Just total
what
revenue.
tab? Summary of general fund. That's a gain of
41,000. Right?
yes. 30, 41, yes.
So that's a gain of 41,000.
Now we're all 100,000.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
That can make
had
a
it on my
difference.
notes at the very beginning, and I think we got sidetracked. So
All right,
What did you get that?
Mayor,
100,000?
what did you say the number was? I said we saved,
I said 41,000.
That's
I
what it
was,
says.
my number, she'll tell me for sure. Then provide with the numbers first.
110 minus 69 is 41.
right, I
Yeah.
agree. He's
So
looking
she's
for a
going the
grant.
other side of it.
He's
What
looking
do
for a
we- what do we have
tabulation.
to
Okay,
do?
yeah, that's,
She's doing it the other way.
All right, we're still on fire though. But do we make a decision as to the boat, or do we want to put it over in the corner and talk about head count?
I put it on a side, 'cause it's a safety, it's a beach safety issue. I put it on the side for now.
Now, the other thing we didn't talk about again was the flooring.
Yep.
Oh, the carpeting, yeah.
Now, I asked this last time. Do you think carpeting is the right way to go, or is there a better floor that will be more resilient, have the same properties? And
I'm a fan of the carpet.
okay,
Everything turns me to the laminate flooring, and
that's
you know,
not good.
specifically when it comes to training and speakers that we have in there, that makes a lot of noise and scratches on the floor. I don't like that. I think for the sound deadening, that's what the training room's the bulk of the cost. Obviously, carpet's going to be the way it goes.
And the
And we have-
carpeting you have a quote for here. Hopefully, it's really resilient carpeting, indoor, outdoor type of stuff.
Well, it's
that
the
will-
Berber that's in there now, probably the same kind of style,
It
which
should be a little bit of upgrade from what we've got now.
the carpeting in there hasn't worn poorly. It is just stained.
And just
Oh,
for a heads up, it's the same exact carpet that's in this room.
Oh, gotta replace it.
So same age and everything, 20 years old. One of the things we could do too is the carpet in the bedrooms. Obviously, we've got firefighters sleeping in there, so we could. I would ask. I think if we're going to cut that, let me do the bedrooms only. That could be an option for us as well. The training room looks tough. I added some photos of it. It looks pretty bad, but I would rather, if we're going to cut that, consider doing the bedrooms just for the sanitary option of that. Carpet gets pretty rough after about 20 years.
I don't know even where that's listed anywhere in here.
it's in public buildings, infrastructure, repair, and maintenance. It's just
I can't find it here though. I see the 15
within the 100,000 of public infrastructure.
under
Tab
the design.
tab 7.
Yeah, I've got that, but that's under department infrastructure, which I thought was design engineering, but
It's
okay.
repair and maintenance.
repair and maintenance.
Okay.
It's up top.
So that's already in there?
Oh, I see.
Or is that you want us to add it to it?
No, it's just in there.
It's in
repair
there
and
now.
maintenance.
Okay.
And that's landscaping also.
No,
That-
landscaping
The
has its own
landscaping
other
was
line.
in 351, which is in grounds maintenance.
Oh, okay, yes, I'm sorry.
And just to give you an update, I don't know if you've been looking, we're within 86,000.
Okay, now we're on 86.
Now we're 86,000? Before
With
cutting
that
the,
in there, I didn't take the carpet out.
with that in there.
Yeah.
And you haven't taken the boat out yet.
I took the landscaping out.
You haven't taken the boat out
I
yet.
did not take the boat out. But you have another department too. I don't know.
Right.
Yep.
I'm having more fun than I thought I was going to have.
That's good.
Well, we've
Like a
got
puzzle.
terms for that.
Be careful, Peter, what you wish for.
All right, if we're going to do the bedrooms, then you get the old situation where, hold it, you're going to bring somebody in to do 4 bedrooms, and you could probably get the carpeting and the training room done at half price over comparison to what taking it out completely is going to be.
And I don't know where that's one cost so far. We've got one cost from Williams Carpet. Obviously, we'd get another 2 quotes from local companies. So that may decrease a little bit. It's other quotes coming in, but that's just
What do you guys think about
I
it?
would say let's go with the carpeting.
Yeah, I mean, we
Just in the
can always
training
get to the bottom line and then come back
Yeah.
if we
Yeah.
haven't made it.
Yeah.
And so you're saying we're
$85,963 shy of a balanced budget.
and that's still with the boat in there also.
The boat's in there still.
Without-
I didn't take
with
that
boat
out.
in there.
I didn't get a clear.
No, there wasn't a clear, I mean,
Okay.
it's
We don't
it's all
have it
about
yet.
money, and it's needed. I'd support that in
Yeah,
a second.
well,
I'm
let's-
just saying, if we have to have something that was going to go, I
Okay.
think the boat would have been a good place. But you want to talk about headcount, fire department?
Yeah, let's go right there.
I have a question under
okay.
the boat. How often is the public works boat used?
What's that?
How often is the public works boat used?
I don't have a clear, but he goes out periodically. He will be going out tomorrow, looking at the docks and all the finger and feeder and the bay and just double checking that all those have been repaired. But it goes out.
But it doesn't go out in the ocean though.
It does not.
And the fire boat needs to be able to go out in the ocean.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
I wonder if we,
Let's sell it.
Oh, I know where you're going. Go ahead.
suppose we sell the public works boat also.
Once the dredging is done, and we might want to think about Palm Cove a little bit too, because we might want to be watching that. But yeah, at the end of it,
Get that boat
Sell
use
it.
it occasionally, and use his occasionally.
well, the question for the chiefs, if Dustin needs to go out and inspect a dock for an hour or 2, is that something that he can use the fire department boat for?
So that's what we did for years before
Okay.
they took ownership.
Yeah. Part of the justification was the boat that we had to do a lot of surveying over the spoils islands,
Yeah.
which we ended up not using.
Yeah, it was a different
Yeah, different situation.
project at that time.
No,
I agree with Charlie about selling the DPW boat while it's maximized in value. If we wait another 2 years, it's going to be worth less.
What did we spend, what did we pay for it? Anybody have any guess?
We're doing it.
We'd have to go back and look.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought we paid about $45,000 for it. It was a used boat.
I didn't
I
think
don't
we
think
paid
it was
that
that
much.
much.
Thought it was down in
I
the
would say
20s,
25.
Was it?
18.
Okay.
18, 20, something like that.
It's
One of the things I would say, if you consider selling that, one of the, I think if the new rescue boat gets cut, one of the positive notes I can say is if our boat is damaged, we can fall back on that boat. So
I think where we're going right now is to saying that the new boat would be likely.
okay.
That's what I got a drift
Yeah,
from
well,
here.
we haven't finalized that. We've got
Yeah.
police and personnel from fire,
Sure.
to go through and just see where we stand. We're sitting at 86,000 now.
Mhm.
And we're getting ready to review personnel on the fire department.
Peter, you had some idea on personnel here now. so.
Yeah, I'm very much in support of both the police and fire department on supporting what they've asked for. with the two, we'll talk about police when they come up, but 2 police officers, sworn police officers, and 3 firefighters. I look at it, I think, a little bit differently than maybe even the chiefs do. I look at saving on part-time and particularly saving on overtime. Because if we do staff up fire department to 4 at Station 2 and 3 at Station, 4 at Station 1 and 3 at Station 2, if somebody calls out, they can still balance it at 3 and 3 and without having to have overtime from one of the full-time firefighters. And just so you understand, because I'm sure you do, if somebody calls out and we are not fully staffed, the crew that is going to be going home at 7 o'clock in the morning, they're mandated. They're saying, no, you're going to stay. And now they're making time and a half, but it's also screwed up their life. They either have another job to go to, or they got to take the kid to school, or they got to take their dog for a walk. So I'm a supporter of the 4 and 3 because you can go back to 3 and 3 without having to call additional resources in. I think it also works very well too with 4 because if there is a water rescue, 2 people get on the boat and go out to the water rescue, and that engine is still in service with 2 people, particularly since people are coming back to be able to backfill that position. As to whether all 3 are needed on July 1st, I could be convinced pretty easily that maybe staging them in is a better way, or at least is a reasonable way to go about that.
You've talked about that a little bit. Could you explain what you mean?
Hiring a new firefighter full-time on July 1st. Hiring a second full, and that would create, we have 3 shifts, A, B, and C. That would automatically make one of the shifts 4 and 3. Then at some point in time, whether it be 3 months, 4 months, at some point in time, let's say 3 months down the road, August, September, October 1st, hire the second firefighter to complete one of the other shifts. And then November, December, January 1st, hire the third. So that what we are in fact saving is a portion of a person, which, a firefighter is going to make with gear and everything else is going to be, call it $65,000, $70,000, and or maybe more than that, but counting gear and everything else. So that to me is a $75,000 savings right there, or it's some savings over the 3 that's been requested.
Tara, do you have any idea what that would do at this point, just by hearing that for the first time?
So for salaries, with benefits, it's around 78,000 for a firefighter. So if you break one down and hire it after 3 months, that would drop it to 58.5. If you did one after 6 months, it'd be 39. It's a $58,000 savings per year. If that's how you stagger it, I mean, it depends on how
For
you
that
stagger
year.
it.
For that year.
For that year.
Yeah.
July 1, you have to be able to be ready to fully fund all 3.
Yeah.
The following July 1.
Right.
Yeah. And again, we're anticipating another year's worth of fire fees coming in that changes the math that we have for paying for firemen, if we did that.
Well,
Now, the
fire
original-
fees don't completely cover the fire department.
I understand it doesn't, but it feeds into the process. The proposal we talked about is that one initially, one at 4 months, one at 8 months, so roughly.
I backed off of that a little bit because of the success we've had so far here today. And I think
Okay.
the practicality is in the hiring environment that we're in right now, it might be difficult if we put the ad in the paper today to have 3 new firefighters by July 1st. But that could happen,
Okay.
particularly if we increase the add a merit to our kind of a joke. Not
Well,
we haven't talked about that yet, but it's.
Richard?
I kind of like the idea of staging it in, but we haven't heard Chief, Deputy Chief, your talk about doing that. You'll be a continual recruiting process, assuming nobody leaves during the course of the year. Continual training and evaluation process. And it would get you by the end of the fiscal year, or 2/3 of the way into the fiscal year, it would bring you up to to the strength that you've requested.
It would get us where we need to be,
Yeah.
or where we're requesting. Hiring, obviously, when we put an ad out for 3, we seem to get more candidates, versus we have 1 position. I think that just opens up the pool a little bit, but what we could do is if we open the position for 1 and we have 3 great candidates, we could offer them the job starting X date.
That may fit into the 3-month stagger that I'm now suggesting.
So it could work out.
And Terry, you said that saves us 58,000 off of this budget?
If
That-
if you so you put an ad out for 1 or for 3, and you get 3 just outstanding candidates, don't you think those other 2 are going to look somewhere else? Or are there that many good candidates out there?
Brunswick County is it's tough. As we've hired over the past 6 months, it's a tough spot. So our candidate pool, historically, people want to come to the beach. So we're pulling from other states, Western North Carolina, Northern North Carolina. It's expensive to live here. So we're struggling a bit with that, and I use one example. 4 months ago, we had a great candidate come through. We offered him a full-time job. He was from Eden, North Carolina, or somewhere around about there. And he accepted the job. We wrote an offer, and 2 weeks later, he called me and said, "Chief, I can't afford it." So he declined. So it's tough right now for that. So Brunswick County, where I see that could be an option if a firefighter is currently working for another municipality or something like that, and he applied. Obviously, if he's in good standings with his department, he would just stay there until whatever date we chose. So it could be an option for us. Well, that's realistically where we're going. We're going from firefighters that live close by or live in the county or area.
Well, as a point, we've got 1 firefighter that lives in Sunset Beach. I think 1.
Yeah.
Don't we? Is there more than 1?
Just one.
We have that many.
Well, he also happens to own a nice business.
So I have not heard an argument why not to follow the
Staging.
stage hiring.
I'm okay with it.
You're good with that?
I'm okay with that.
I mean, the other thing that you can think about too is if Richard and Joseph do get 3 extraordinary, amazing candidates, and they can come to you and say, "Can we please do this now?" Or reevaluate as a potential we could lose them. I mean, you do have flexibility, not that you should or would or could, but if it was like an exception, you have the ability to do a budget amendment.
Yeah.
And that's always the case with everything we do.
Absolutely.
It's-
That's what I'm saying. But if it's like,
Unforeseen
oh my goodness,
things
we've
can
got
happen.
3 amazing candidates. And
So
I'm good with the staggered.
I'm good with the staggered
Yeah.
and saving, we're estimating 58,000, right?
And
yes, that 58.
58.
And then that's definitely going to take more calculation on my part of specific,
That's
but
fine.
that's roughly what it would be.
so,
It'll leave us close to 28.
So
A shade less.
now Richard has also asked, excuse me, Captain, Chief rather. I call him Captain probably once a week, and he just frowns at me. I'm sorry, boss. We've still got the, I just lost my train of thought.
We still have the boat. We have the carpet.
Yeah, but I think we kind of said that if he's going to do 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms, he might as well do the training room because it's
Do the whole thing.
you're going to get it done for half price. And we said no to the landscaping.
At this point in time.
Yes.
And Tara, you're tracking that as well. We're saying yes to the carpeting and no to the landscaping.
the carpeting's in and the landscaping's out.
Okay, and the boat is in,
The boat is in.
right? I'm not trying to speak for anybody.
Yeah.
And
I'm
we,
okay with that.
and we sell the other one.
Maybe we can find a citizens committee that likes the landscape?
Volunteers?
Volunteers.
I'll talk with Sunset and
Wouldn't be
Sunset.
the first time.
We'll see what John and I want to do, and Charlie.
You know, there's some people just have a green thumb. I won't check with the garden club because I know they never
They-
got
they-
their hands dirty.
They don't do gardening.
Just for my clarification, what was the staggered?
3 months.
July 1.
3 months later.
10 month, 10, 1, 1, 1.
July, October, January.
And I think we would be, we would entertain great candidates that need to be brought in,
Understand.
where we might lose them. Landscaping is no, carpeting is yes.
Tara, when you do the next one, could you start off with the amount of money we were looking to save and where we picked it out so we can go back and,
So each page will have a page, each department will have a page behind it that shows what was changed.
thank you.
And if we end up doing such a spectacular job, then we can look at some other things.
Well, we could relook at landscape, for example, if we're over, you know, so.
So are we comfortable, are we finished with fire? Are we comfortable doing police through lunch, or do we want to take a break for lunch and come back?
Oh,
Isn't police last? I mean, isn't that the last thing we really have to
that
do?
and sunset is sunset.
Well, that's,
Sunset
Let's
is
do the
sunset.
police. Let's do the police.
Okay, we all agree to continue.
Let's
Yeah, let's
continue.
carry
All
on.
right.
Finish. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you all.
I got that from the finance.
Good job, Richard. Joseph.
It's here, yay.
You did okay.
Ken's turn in the hot seat.
Not even, didn't even break this one.
Okay. 8.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Thanks. Good day.
All right. Want to start police with vehicles?
What do we got? Why don't we do that box on page 3 and get an overview of the status where we are now, the positions, that stuff.
Current positions are 18. They're asking for 2, a promotion, a fingerprint scanner, a body scanner.
We already had a
and
promotion to assistant chief.
Yeah.
That's already been done.
but it has to be paid for.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's, congratulations, by the way.
So that has to be put into new budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would assume that salary increase was automatic then, not, you don't have to wait till July 1st.
Yes.
18 positions, and how does that work? That includes both Stan and you. It includes a detective, and then it includes patrol
And
or
our
officers.
and our administrative assistant.
Okay.
So 17 sworn, 1 civilian.
And that allows you to have 3 on duty at all times,
It does.
12-hour shifts.
Yes, sir.
And if somebody calls out, you have part-timers that you can hopefully bring back to cover.
Not usually.
But that's supposed to be
Ideally.
the plan.
It is, but the availability of many of them, they have other full-time jobs. The ones that are more available, we're using them now this time of year on the beach. But yeah, we can use them to cover as best that we can, knowing that they're limited to 1,000 hours. Which, you know, depending upon what happens throughout the year, for example, we used 2 of them last week for the market. So that cuts into the availability of their hours for patrol.
Ken, would you pull that microphone?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
One of my hearing aids is in the shop.
No worries. I'm trying not to be too loud. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any disputes or any conversation that we need to have about fingerprint scanner, body cam? I think we already moved forward on that, didn't we? From a grant standpoint?
Yeah.
Yeah, we move forward there, so.
On the grants, go for the grant and read, I think at the point that the cloud sounded like more reasonable.
And we have, Tara, in the budget,
So the grant, does that fully cover it if you get the grant?
It's matching.
it's matching.
It's matching. So our share would be roughly $85,000.
So in the budget is the full 85?
Yes,
So you're saying that you're gonna purchase them even if you don't get the grant? That's
No,
what
he's
the
got
full 85 in there?
he's got other plans in case the grant doesn't go through.
Let him explain. Please.
Thank you. The cloud-based storage option based on incremental payments, year one would be $88,100. So if we're budgeted the $85,000, if the grant is not successful, we could still move forward with that purchase on a 5-year payment plan. We'd just be $3,100 short, which we
Yeah, I
can.
think I have it in there, 86.5.
Okay. Such a fine print. I'm not sure I can see it.
John's got a magnifying.
It's on the bottom.
Yeah, 86.5. I see it. Yeah, so it's in there to cover regardless of what direction it goes. Just understand that if the grant is not successful, then in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, there are payments that will be required, which are significantly less than year one.
But we don't have to pay for all that up front.
No, sir.
But we would be agreeing to it now.
Yeah.
yes.
We have agreed to it.
We have, yeah, we have.
Either option will be the 86.5 this year.
Yeah.
With or without.
He's correct.
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yep.
Do these cameras transmit back to our control center here?
Not automatically, no. Our vehicles currently there's an access point outside of the building, and they connect wirelessly to upload. The body cams have to be physically brought into the station, and they're put in what's called a wireless transfer station, and then that transfers the data from the body cam.
If I heard it correctly, this is digressing somewhat. At the Azalea Festival, the Wilmington police were saying that their body cams were going straight back so that the control center, their ops center could monitor what the individual police officers were doing.
I believe they have Axon. I know that technology is available. It's not. I don't know that it's available with ours. I know we don't have that capability, nor would we have it for this price point.
Definitely not at this point. Thank you.
I'll be more than happy to look into it if you want to fund it.
Don't bother.
Based on our police activity, I don't think we should.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. That's fine.
So what do you want to look
So-
at next?
The
Wanna look at-
UTV, you want to go into the UTV?
Our plan this year, our 4-seater UTV that's spent all last year on the beach. We purchased mid-season last year a backup to that. Our plan is to drive that 4-seater until it's no longer serviceable, and we don't anticipate that it's going to make it further than this year. So this request is so that at the end of this beach season, so perhaps December, January of 2025, we can replace that vehicle and not have to ask for a budget amendment, similar to what we had to do last year.
Or if you
So-
don't make the season, you at least have that money to go out when it dies to get another one.
We have another vehicle that would probably get us through. But yeah, if the money was there and it croaks on us in July or August, then we'd look to replace it sooner than later if the money's there.
So what is, go ahead. Oh, you go. Go ahead. So what's the time frame now you want to purchase this new
At the end of the season,
at the end of this season?
correct. Yeah, either the end of 2024 or the beginning
Okay,
of 2025.
2025.
Last year we were fortunate, and the assistant chief was able to find a floor model that they had discounted to move out the previous year model. We got a really good deal on it. So I'm hoping we can do the same thing again this year.
I'm going to raise a sensitive issue that might throw a clog in that timeline I'm praising. You know, it seems from the discussions we had in the last couple of months that your plan has on the beach patrol one full-time police officer on patrol and one civilian enforcement person. My notes going back to when we discussed that was that I and several other council members basically were settling on 2 civil enforcement with 1 police officer on the beach at a time. And we're not doing that now. We're doing 1 and 1. And
My recollection was never to have to.
yeah, well, that's
I don't know if that would be reflected in the minutes, but I don't.
well, it came up. It went through. Just looking at the minutes, is that we had several council members saying 2 and 1 or 1 and 2, and you closing out the meeting saying 1 and 1, and your budget request doesn't account for that. My sense is that on the beach, we need 2 civil patrols, 1 for each half of the beach.
One for, I'm sorry.
1 for each half, the east end and the west end, basically to cover it, especially given the number of people we anticipate being out there, and recognizing that the beach rescue or beach water
Rescue.
beach rescue is basically there not to be doing the enforcement aspect of it. And so, I mean, I'll open that up. Did other council members have a view on that, or am I just reading it wrong?
I think I've always said that I thought 2 civilian and 1 sworn officer is what I believe it would take to take care of code enforcement. In fact, we missed it here, but I missed it here. But when the fire department was here, I remember the fire chief had asked for a 3rd beach rescue person during the June, July, and August months. I didn't support that necessarily, but what I did support was that part-time person, because that's what the civilian is, as well as the water rescue people, is a $15 an hour part-time person. So that would be consistent within the budget, but I would strongly like to see 2 civilians with 1 sworn officer. I realize, because I've talked with the chief about it, that creates at least a conversation about UTVs and the availability of them. But I believe we have the UTVs. They're not brand new ones, but we have them.
So Peter, you're saying to take the beach, what do you call them again? Rescue.
Beach rescue.
Take the one that the police or fire chief has recommended, move that to the police department.
Well, and I don't know that that's even in the budget. I don't know that that has been placed in the. You're talking about I think it's roughly a $38,000 item.
That's the UTV or the
person.
Is the person in the budget?
Maybe it's not
I
30.
have to go back and look through.
I didn't see it anywhere.
Salary spreadsheet,
I didn't see it anywhere.
but I can get.
I had it in my thinking, but I didn't have it in because that's what the fire chief had requested.
Okay.
Because he was speaking for beach patrol.
Yeah, I wish we had thought about that when we were here, but
Yeah.
I'll see if I can meet with him. with that.
And I don't really know what a part-time person costs on the beach. I mean, if it's $15 an hour and it's 12 hours a day times, a half a year, that's going to be $38-ish thousand.
Well, it depends on if they're a brand new employee or if they're a seasoned
Sure.
part-timer.
As to how much they make.
Right.
Right.
An EMT versus paramedic.
Yeah, EMT versus.
Well, but I don't know that
paramedic.
the police are really looking for an EMT necessarily.
Oh, I
We're,
thought you were talking
No, we're
about
just
being
talking about
we're
the
beach,
cost.
beach rescue. Yeah.
We're talking
yeah.
about the cost of a
Right.
part-timer. We
And
can't
under
say
the
across board.
accommodations tax, you've got beach patrol, full-time, and then the part-time, which would be the civil enforcement, coming out to a total of 55. Do you know how you broke that down?
I have to go back through my spreadsheets, and I'll have to talk to Richard and see what it was that we had. That was,
One is the police department, beach patrol, and a part-time at 55. The other one is beach rescue, fire department, 50,000.
Right.
right.
And Mr. Corbett,
Yeah, that covers the whole manning process, I think. Yes, sir.
to your point, that's how the beach is being handled now. We usually have the civilian staff going one way, and then the sworn officer is going the other, right? So,
But my understanding of the concept was that the sworn officer was basically available. He can run and patrol, but he was to respond when the civilian patrol on either side gives the warning and it's not complied with, immediately calls a police officer. The police officer comes down and gives a citation. The warning being when the beach patrol civilian makes the warning. Once he makes the call, the warning has been issued, and the next action is to give a citation, and that's the patrol officer. So the patrol officer shouldn't necessarily be running all the way down the west end of the island when the civil patrol is on the east end of the island with the violation.
honestly, that happens so infrequently that I think it would be a waste of resources, to be honest.
Well, I'll go back to where I was last year. Your report was there were 2,600 citations, rather 2,600 calls and 0 citations. And
That's just
Just-
Cabanas,
just-
Mr. Corbett.
pardon?
That's just Cabanas. The
Okay.
2,600
And
number.
just from hearsay, there were non-compliant.
Who is that? Is that me?
The Alan's taking a nap.
Do you all have a jamming device? You don't like what I'm saying?
I didn't hear what you said, so I'm going to try it again.
Can you tell who it is?
What? What?
Jamming device.
John, any people patrol have a medical order
No, I put them on the floor.
with that many?
Oh, you might as well get SWAT.
They can't be. They can't be. I would back both Peter and John. I had in my notes, and I was one of them. I had in my notes there was going to be 2 and 1. I felt very good about that. I think that as the beach gets more crowded as time goes on, I think you're going to have more issues of code enforcement. Now, I'm not saying give tickets out all the time. I'm not saying that at all. I think public relations is key. But the idea is covering those areas and covering them well. I think one more civilian officer would help you do that. And going both ways on the island, on the beach, and having the police officers somehow move around too, obviously, but stay generally in the middle area and just work off complaints from the civilian patrol where they have asked somebody to do something, the person says no, and then call the police officer in to give a citation or to really give a strong warning. We won't know that. But the idea here is to get better coverage for code enforcement. If we take this person away from the safety group, it's going to take less of them to be able to do this type of thing or even do public relations, even more less. But they're responsible for safety as things go. So I think this idea of 2 civilians, 1 police officer. That's something that I think would work. And I'd like to try it. That's for darn sure.
I disagree with you. I think 1 and 1 would be sufficient based on the fact that there are infrequently times where they have to call the officer over or somebody who doesn't agree with the civilian saying, I'm sorry, but you can't have glass on the beach, or you're got to put your what do you call it, canopy back in the back row. I don't know if that happens a lot, where they have to call a police officer. You know, tell me.
I think the chief had the numbers on the number of police requests we had from the fire department, which was very minimal. Even though they had no police out there. And having that person in the middle may speed up the response to that type of request, but it's not an emergency response. Not respond to an active assault or something like that nature. It's someone who doesn't agree with the cabana violation. So,
But I think we also have go ahead, Stan, I'm going to cut you off.
I mean, it was just.
One of the things that I think is a reality is that a police officer's job, and I'm not a police officer, so I can't, it's anecdotally that I'm referencing here. There are times when that sworn police officer needs to go out on Main Street, needs to go other places. And I think if we want code enforcement to work, I think 2 civilian citizen and 1 sworn officer is a better formula than 1-on-1, 1 and 1, particularly where that officer may need to leave. And I mean, there could be something as simple as, not as simple, as complicated and as dangerous as a traffic stop or something happening at the town park where the officer on the beach needs to take the UTV and skedaddle lights and sirens to get to the town park. And I think that's why I think 3 water rescue is where the overkill might be. Because I don't expect them to be focusing on code enforcement. If they happen to see it, that's one thing, but they're facing the water. They're looking for water rescues. They're not looking for glass. They're not looking for loud music. They're not looking for cabanas, not as a primary function where the police code enforcement would be.
Chief, what do you think?
Before I offer my thoughts, Mr. Nern was the only one who didn't offer input.
I was. I recall it the same way Pete does, 1 and 2. And during that discussion, if the police officer got called away, you would still have 2 people, 1 on each end. I would feel better. We don't know what the crowds are going to be like this summer. I would imagine they're going to be horrendous. And then people get crowded together and they get in a bad mood, and the slightest thing escalates into something else. And I worked as a police officer. I know what it's like, and things happen you don't expect all the time. And number 1 to me is the safety of our civilian employees and our police employees. And I would rather have, well, if you remember, I wanted 2 police officers and agreed to go with the 1. But I think along with that went the 2 civilians.
So we're sitting here pretty much a 4-to-1 consensus that we
Sure.
would like 2 civilian code
And
enforcement.
my thoughts on this is, after hearing the conversation, I guess I'm kind of maybe thinking a different direction, but I disagree to a point that I don't think we need 2 civilians and a police officer for several reasons. But listening to the conversation, I'll tell you what, I kind of wrote some notes here, but my reasoning, that beach is crowded, not just with people, it's crowded with emergency personnel. I've shared this with some of you when I've had conversations with you one-on-one. There's too many vehicles out there. It's a small stretch of beach. We're going to add now another UTV at any other given time. There's a pickup truck there that is the captain for beach patrol. You'll likely find one of the fire chiefs there throughout the summer. I went out to Easter weekend and didn't patrol the whole strand because of the number of vehicles that were there. I saw one of the fire vehicles patrolling on the hard pack, which that's not going to be able to happen this summer because there's going to be too many people. So throw another vehicle into the emergency lane, making their travels east and west down the beach. We have a police officer that's dedicated to the beach and enforces code similar to what the civilians do, with the ability to cite and or arrest if the need would be. Listening to your conversations, it made me think that we could back off of the beach, not remove ourselves completely, but back off of the beach and kind of do more of like what the fire department does with their captain position, and have a supervisor that oversees the civilian beach patrols and the parking patrols, and that person's assignment, that captain's assignment throughout the beach season would be the supervision of the parking personnel and the supervision of the code enforcement personnel, which are on the Strand.
Who supervises the parking now? Is that something you
The
would do,
detective
Stan?
sergeant. So it mixed in with his duties in investigations and supervising the uniformed detectives, he also manages parking.
But he
and
doesn't,
the beach
he
patrol.
doesn't stay out on the island.
He does
to
not
do
stay
that.
out. He does not stay out on the island. No, he goes out there throughout the day and he checks on them to make sure they're where they're supposed to be and that they don't need anything. But he's not assigned there. As with my understanding, the captain for beach patrol is. Perhaps Mr. Larkin can shed some light on
The
that.
solution you're offering would keep the police officer on the island
On the island.
for parking and for beach.
Parking and for beach.
And so he could receive.
Right.
As a clarification, it's my understanding that that Paul Brown, the newly appointed captain for beach patrol, and there's another term for it. I always
Beach
rescuers.
No,
it has to do with community relations
Community
and
Community
Risk
reduction.
risk reduction. But Paul's, Captain Brown's job is not to be out on the beach. It is to schedule, to supervise. He, as to my knowledge, goes out there when there's an issue, or to go out there periodically and check, but as extra, not as somebody who is doing water rescue duties. He might go out if somebody has to leave for an hour or something and take their place because they report to him. But he's not a third person out there on the beach. That's my understanding anyway.
Yeah, and I don't know the job description either, but I know when I came in on Easter Sunday, he was there.
And that's because it's brand new. He's got some new people. He's learning the ropes, if you will. That's what he said to me. He just wants to get as much exposure initially as he can.
Sure.
So he better understands the job
Makes sense.
that his people are expected to do and the complexities that they bring up.
Makes
He
sense.
also is doing public relations with his own staff so that they don't get frustrated when they see something that maybe they don't understand.
Sure.
Yeah, but,
So
this is just anecdotally what Paul has said to me.
So if that were the way forward, to have a captain of beach patrol and parking enforcement, we just promoted from that captain's position, and I had no immediate intentions, at least in this, the remainder of this calendar year, to look at possibly replacing it, though we would think about the way forward and what to do with it. But if the way forward is to go with 2 civilians and have a supervisor, then we may have to crunch some numbers to see what an additional body looks like.
It would be my thinking that 2 civilians and a sworn police officer to continue out this season and let the police department work on a plan for the future as to whether I'd be hesitant to be trying to combine code enforcement on the beach and parking in the street until we fully understand how it works with code enforcement just on the beach.
I would, go ahead.
In talking last year at the end of the season, there was emphasized the importance of having a police officer on the beach, just on the basis of the uniform, the respect. We've talked about that quite a bit at the end of the season last year and the importance of it and how it probably took care of a lot of situations. And you talked about the respect of the uniform type of thing. I think it worked. I really do think that worked from me talking to people on the beach and me talking to people going to the beach, and just the feeling I had watching the two police officers moving around last year on the Strand. So I'd have real difficulty pulling that away, because I think it worked last year and it worked well. We're adjusting it a little bit here. You want to go down to one police officer, I can live with that. But I still like the idea of the two citizen patrol on the Strand itself, working with the police officer, dealing with code. And I think that's I'd like to, I like the idea of one. I like the idea of going to one with two. So,
But if the idea is for that police officer to stay near the pier, then he's still not available. He's still not enforcing code. So still have a civilian enforcing
no, I
code.
don't agree with that. I think that he has to move around. I'm saying maybe he tends to be towards the middle a little bit in case he's called at this end or that end. That's for sure. He's got to move around. He can't just sit in a vehicle, under the pier or something like there next to the pier. You got to move around, and you got to deal with people, talk to people, all that kind of stuff. But I think that presence worked last year from all the feedback I got, and I hate to give it up.
It did work, and the issues that the fire detailed when they asked to be removed from the beach in the code enforcement capacity, we didn't see them. You can remember the things that were mentioned. I don't need to go back into that, but we just didn't see it. Will our compliance officers see it? I don't know. But if
well, they got to be trained to see it. You got to make sure that these people know the rules.
So I'm not talking about the violations. I'm talking about getting yelled at and cussed at. Will they see that?
Yeah,
well, that's what our fire said that they were receiving almost daily.
Well, and that's why I liked the idea of last year, the two officers on the beach, because that wasn't happening according to what I understand.
It wasn't.
It wasn't happening at all. Now we're inviting a little bit more of that, probably by having one police officer and two civilians.
Mike, to bootstrap on what you're saying, the problems with the beach patrol in the past, or at least the confrontation or not being able to de-escalate, there was no police officer on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, there was two sworn officers.
Yes.
This year, I'd like to support two civilians and one sworn, which gives a police officer presence on the beach, and I think it would flow into the same successes.
I would hope so.
Political successes.
What I'm hearing is a consensus, not necessarily a complete consensus, is to keep one police officer on the beach, two civilian code, and continue to run the civilian parking as it is, with the detective sergeant supervising the civilian parking from a distance, as he does now.
I would be in favor of taking a wait and see approach and doing it with 1-on-1. And let me report back to you to see what we get, because we haven't even had a full month to see the results of having one uniformed police officer and one civilian.
I was never for 1-on-1. So
I'd rather go the other way. I'd rather go to the 1 and 2 and keep letting us know how it's going.
Because we're going to do it now from now on in. We're going to do weekends until we hit full time at
May 1.
In May.
Yeah, we're going full time in a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Yeah.
All right. I think we've.
If you guys choose to put us up to civilians, we're going to need to add UTV.
Yes. I would say that there's another UTV available, I think, at the fire department.
The fire department not getting a third person on the beach.
They're pulling off the UTV.
They've got an extra UTV that third person was going to operate.
Is that a spare?
Yes, it's a spare.
Is it the only spare?
Yes.
Is it white?
It's not,
yes, I'm pretty sure it is white.
These machines, they break. They have to come off for oil changes, services, things of that nature. And to be able to do that, we have to have the equipment available to keep the staff out there.
Well, you've got another UTV that you can buy tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but on July 1st. So if you need to buy it, if you feel you need to buy that early because the one that might be available is not satisfactory, then that's something that certainly can be considered.
I can't remember now. I was on the beach last week ago Sunday. The civilian was driving a what last 2 weeks ago?
A John Deere,
But it's blue.
it's blue.
Yes, okay.
It has our markings on it. It
With
clearly
police
says
markings.
civilian code compliance, I believe is what it
It's,
reads.
it's marked as police, but it has civilian code in big
Mhm.
letters
I-
on it.
I-
And it's,
I
it's not
remember.
outfitted the same as their.
Yeah, it doesn't have blue lights on it.
yeah.
And you, okay, and you can't put on one of your UTVs just civilian police? No, you can't do, you can't do that, or
It's
can
one
you?
or the other.
It's one or the other?
Right,
Okay.
because the idea is if our sworn officer needs to leave the beach strand, first of all, they're not going to do it in the John Deere because it'll do like 23 miles an hour.
Oh, that wouldn't be the police officer, please, no.
So the Can-Ams, have the ability to reach legal running speeds, and they're outfitted to run in emergency fashion if need be.
Well, again, we've got one already budgeted in this year,
Correct.
and we're not resisting that. You had just indicated that you didn't think you would need it until the end of this year, or you were hoping.
Right, because it is to act as a replacement for four-seater Can-Am that we have now, which we have one in the garage now that is able to serve as a backup. So if we buy that and market for civilian use, it's not going to work for police use. There's a clear differentiation. So the fire employees can probably hop in any one and operate in the same fashion as they are the entire summer, where civilians aren't going to be able to jump on a police equipped UTV and patrol.
I'm missing that point, Chief, but
They can't operate a vehicle that's marked as a police vehicle.
well, don't put blue lights on it, but have the same markings that you have on it now on the
Right,
John
I
Deere.
understand it too,
Right.
but if one of ours goes down, then we don't have one with blue lights to operate.
But you wouldn't now anyway.
We do now.
We do know.
I'm lost in that shuffle. It seems like the resistance to it is overwhelming the conversation. I would want to have 2 civilians and a sworn police officer on the beach. I think that's what's needed to do code enforcement without having to rely on water rescue.
I'd like to rely on the chief of police to tell us what he needs, and we give that to him and see what happens.
I hear you.
Well, this is
He's the expert.
this
We're just-
is a situation that I kind of debate that position that
Can we talk about?
can we get a properly sized magnetic
They're plastic.
plastic thing that goes on the
There's no metal. It's all plastic. And there's no doors. It's unlike, our Kia, we can put a magnet on there that says parking enforcement. There are no doors on the UTV. Then the hood is plastic, the tailgate's plastic. We're having a hard time getting decals to stick on it because it's so polished.
Even right now, our civilian UTV does not have a backup.
Yeah, our civilian vehicles goes down now, and we don't have a plan B.
All right, can we talk about another police item that has to do with 2 officers being asked for?
well,
I'm
we're
done.
yeah, but we haven't left it anywhere. I mean,
I have.
we got 1, 2, 3, 4 council members that say 1 police officer and 2 civilian code. We have 1 council member who says 1 and 1.
Let's vote.
And we have equipment issues.
I don't
So-
think I think the equipment issues can be resolved.
Yeah.
And I think they certainly can resolve it.
I would like to hear from the fire chief to see if he can give us one of those UTVs. If not, we have equipment issues. And even so, his vehicle is white with a fire sticker on it, fire decals, and it's got red lights. And I don't think he would want our civilian code enforcement folks operating that vehicle.
I look at that as a detail that the department heads can work out.
Fix.
I'd like to make a motion. You want to make a motion?
Sure, make a motion.
Make a motion that code enforcement on the beach be handled by 1 police officer, 2 civilians, and let the chief work with Richard Rich, with the fire chief on solving the issue of the UTV and see what we come back with from there.
Second.
She second?
I seconded it.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. No, no.
Stands with it. You don't get a clear vote.
But I mean, as of right now, we have 0 UTVs to put that second person in, so we would need to buy one.
We have 0 employees too to staff
Yeah,
it.
immediately.
I'm gonna have to, I mean,
Well, yeah.
understand that there
Yeah,
are not gonna be 2 people. There may one. It's not gonna happen. Because I have some applications, but we have to go through the interview process and the vetting.
And
so
we certainly
That's fine.
appreciate that.
That's
We
fine.
certainly appreciate
We
that.
understand that. It can't be tomorrow, that's for sure.
I've always been willing, very willing to,
So go ahead and add for another person and another vehicle now.
And another
off that
vehicle.
28.
well, they've already got another vehicle that's been approved in this budget.
We need
Do
another.
you already have one officer on the beach?
That one he's talking about it is for current staff. We want to add staff.
Just from budget.
Mhm.
You have one officer on the beach now, right?
Correct.
Designated already?
From current staffing, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Part-time.
So there'll be
But I'm
additional,
just trying to figure out.
Officer
there'll
new-
be additional part-time code enforcement on the beach. One additional part-time code enforcement on the beach.
And if you find the
Civilian.
additional water rescue person that Chief Childress asked for, if you find that anywhere, it would be a swap between those, basically between those two. And the issue about a UTV, let's see what happens when the department heads get together and can come up with something or not. Can we talk about 2 officers?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to add my 2 cents, if you don't mind. Take a breath. I've always been an advocate of not doing what the county does, which is let them build and they will come and then we'll react. I think staffing up for fire and staffing up for police full-time is important. I would like to suggest that in the budget, and I think we're getting pretty close to zero ground here. We're not quite there, but close to it, is that I would like to propose that we hire a full-time police officer on July 1st. Outfit them. I think you had indicated, Chief, that you did not need, for the 2 officers, you did not need another vehicle, that you thought you may be able to get the vehicles you have out here to get another year out of them, so that maybe another vehicle would not be, besides the 3 that you're already asking for in the regular rotation cycle, that these 2 officers wouldn't require 2 new cars on top of that. Am I correct?
Right, we will make it work with, if the staffing's approved, we'll make it work with existing vehicles that were scheduled to come offline. Just know that increases, or that request is likely going to increase next year, the number of vehicles that we ask for.
Sure, I understand. And I think the program with people taking cars home has been successsul. I think you've
Very much
reported
so.
that it has.
Yeah.
So even though it certainly requires more cars, at the end of the day, if it saves money, and I'll call it a benefit to a police officer to wanting to stay working here in Sunset Beach, because they get a little bit of a break in not having to drive their own personal vehicle.
Yeah.
Now, I've been asked by people, how far away do these officers live? I've told them to come and see you, but I thought there was a maximum distance that they can live away and still get a take-home car, but I'm not privy to that, or I forget what that was. So people are probably going to be asking you.
Yeah.
But I'd like to purport that we
Well,
hire.
what was it?
I don't know.
It is in policy, it's 20 air miles.
I'm
20 air
20
miles.
air miles.
Straight
20
line
air miles,
distance.
straight line, yeah. Okay.
I'd like to recommend or suggest that we hire 1 new police officer on July 1st and a second police officer on October 1st. And I say that with really the same philosophy that was my position with the fire department. Both chiefs have talked in the past about it's not the easiest thing in the world to attract people to Sunset Beach, for not because it's a bad place, but we have pay, there's issues.
Cost of living.
But they can make more money someplace else and they can live cheaper someplace else. But again, a second police officer on October 1st. I know the fire department would have a difficult time hiring 3 people all at once. I would suggest that maybe the police might have some difficulty hiring 2 people on July 1st anyway. And it would then be able to be reflected in our budget.
20,600.
Okay. For that 3 months,
Mm-hmm.
20,600.
20,000.
If you went 4 months, maybe.
Come buy a UTV with that savings. We're done talking about
That workable? 1 July and 1 October as start dates for new police officers?
I would have no heartache with that. I think, yeah, my mic might not be working. Yeah, I would have no heartache with that, with those dates.
And even inside of that, if we open up the position July 1st, it'll take us 3 months to get someone probably sworn in.
Well, and I'd rather reflect that in the budget anyway, because that gives us opportunity to maintain taxes and maybe look at some other things that would be of benefit to our employees as far as salary.
But budgetary, that's going to be even more savings just because of the amount of time it takes us to get someone get sworn in and get here.
I understand. And it's, all of our people except, well, DPW probably doesn't have that problem, but anytime you're talking about a professional first responder, it's.
Well, I'd be in favor of 2 on July 1st, and I don't think I'm going to get my way on that. If
you can be pretty persuasive, Charlie.
Well, if we're going to say $20,000 for that 3 months, I'm not sure we shouldn't go ahead and hire 2. Brings me to a question. The hiring process takes 3 months. If you advertise now with a start date of July 1st or first week in July or somewhere around there, can we do that? Tough question.
I think the answer is it just depends, because if something would change, our anticipated revenues change between now and the time that you vote on the final budget, and I've already started the process or perhaps made a conditional offer of employment. Of course, those conditional offers have, budgetary consideration in there. But I don't know, maybe that's a question that Tara can answer a little bit better. Can we start that process before this budget is officially adopted?
I can't hear
Talking
you,
to the
Tara.
mic, please. Tara. Tara.
She's not.
Oh, she's
She's
purposely
not talking to us.
But this is for 2 additions. So
he wouldn't be replaced till July 1.
Correct. Right, but just to start the process is what you asked.
There's only going to be 2.
Right.
You can advertise probably ahead of time to be able to hire
You need-
because of the way that we have it.
Use
But
the mic,
yes.
We
please.
can't hear
There's
you,
like
Tara.
so we just have like different situations with this one, but I believe that with this, you could advertise ahead of time, knowing as long as you could probably do the offer in June once the budget's passed. You just have to be careful. I mean, if y'all came back and said it's not in the budget, then you have an employee and
Right.
Yeah.
And you've
once the budget's passed, you're
made
held
an offer
to
under
it.
false pretenses.
We have to pass the budget June 1.
Yeah.
right? So,
Once the budget's passed, you could give a conditional offer to start July 1.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you can
The
start
police
process.
chief said he could work with him. He's happy with one of them aiming for a 1 July start date and one of them a 1 October start date. And that, I think, solves our issues, solves our problems. And it gives us that $20,000 to work with in this budget. It enables going out and advertising for the first person to get them in as soon as possible. I would anticipate, I don't know how long it takes you to advertise, but by the time we have our early June meeting to approve the budget, I mean, we will be pretty close when we have our May meeting as to what the budget is, still having to have the public hearing and that, but we would
It'd be the
pretty
first
close
meeting
into
in
the
June.
ballpark.
The only advantage that we may have is that if we were able to hire July 1, we could potentially hire from part-time, which would,
Yeah, we have a part-time, do we have one candidate, one potential part-time that may be interested in full-time?
Yeah.
But
Don't you
it's-
have a retirement coming up shortly?
I think he's
That would
got
create a space also?
4 more shifts.
That's soon.
Yeah, I mean, so,
Lucky dog.
I don't know.
So you could technically
Mhm.
fill his position.
Anyway.
after May 1.
It is.
It's already filled.
Right, so these are additionals. Yeah, so it'd still be a July 1
So
start.
you can't replace.
But we
him
could
until July
advertise,
1.
correct.
All right, as the rest of the council, Mr. Corbett made a summary
suggestion.
of one police officer July 1st and one police officer full-time on October 1st. If the chief comes back with 2 grand candidates and he doesn't want to lose them, we can do just what we were talking about doing with the fire department, where we can make a special consideration based upon his recommendations as to the quality of those candidates, so that we wouldn't lose one.
and it'll depend on what kind of numbers Tara comes back with us for our
Well,
May
it's
2 meeting.
still, I mean, she's going to give us a guess right now, but
I mean, it's something that you can put in there. We've kind of gotten a little bit lost in this, and I'm gonna have to go back and come back to give you all a whole new budget.
you want to take a 10-minute break and you can do that?
There's some conversations that are gonna have to happen in order for me to do that, but we are very close.
Yeah.
And so I would say yes, move forward with July 1, October 1 for that, and then let me come back to the drawing board and see what we can do.
Okay. We trust you. Are you pouting there? You look like you're pouting. Everybody okay with that? Everybody? You're
Yeah.
against, oh, you're okay with it now?
Well,
Okay, good.
I'll go along.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need to vote? Do we need to make a motion, Lisa?
No.
No.
Okay, that's good.
So does that cover all the police personnel and
Brett.
fire issues?
They'll-
Ve-
they'll-
Vehicles are okay?
All the
The live scan.
Well, we didn't talk specifically about it, but the fingerprint scanner and the
Oh.
we talked about body cams. We talked about the UTV. It was at the end of the season. That's still sitting here available on July 1st as well, if you find out that it's needed then. But what about the fingerprint scanner? We've not mentioned that.
We only have to make 62,000 fingerprints at $34 each to break.
So are you saying you don't want to have a fingerprint scanner?
That's not, that fee isn't ours. It's the state's.
Do we want to approve the fingerprint scanner?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the fingerprint scanner.
And 3 vehicles?
3 vehicles with $75,000 total as outfitting, $25,000 apiece.
Got a question.
Yeah, yeah, so go ahead.
On the
No.
vehicles are $45,000
That's
each.
not right.
No?
No, it's not $25,000 per vehicle.
I thought you said 75,000 for
Per
all
vehicle,
3.
75 per vehicle. Because they need,
Yeah, 70. It comes out to be 72,000 per vehicle. That's the vehicle and all the outfitting.
That's
since-
fully equipped.
yeah, since we're
Yeah.
not with the personnel, we're gonna keep some existing vehicles. We won't be able to transfer radars and dash cams and those sorts of things. So we have to buy everything for these cars.
I show here Explorers 47,000 each, and upfitting for all 3 vehicles, 75,000.
That's what I saw.
Okay.
Not
I
each.
figured it was
Is that right?
$25,000
Yeah,
each.
first, Chief.
And that comes up-
25,000.
75,000.
It's 72,000 per
Yeah,
vehicle.
200
That's still the
260.
thing. That's
Yes, and it's $216,000 as a
Yeah.
total nut
Okay. I
Okay.
thought I heard you say 25,000 per vehicle.
for the outfitting.
Okay.
so
yes.
47
Not the
plus
purchase
20
price.
of that,
Okay.
yeah.
I was thinking purchase price.
Sorry, I wasn't clear.
No, we're good.
Now, what are we,
I
where are
have-
we at? How much for the vehicles only? $45,000.
47,000.
47 per.
Okay, and to outfit each one?
It's $25,000
25K.
Okay, all right.
each
That's
one.
fine.
Yeah. Up
Chief,
to
I'm
each
just a
one.
little confused.
Chief, just one quick question. On the cars that you want to order, the vehicles you want, not the cars, the vehicles you want to order, they're listed as spares, the ones we're getting, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are these things been sitting around, the ones we're getting rid of, are your spare vehicles just sit here while being used unless someone really needs a spare vehicle, obviously?
Part-time officers drive the spares. If a car goes for service, recalls, anything of that nature, then
Okay.
the spare's driven.
So they work, they just aren't
They
the
just-
best.
Correct.
Yeah, they're just the older vehicles.
They're older.
Right.
So these two, they're coming in to replace those, will be put online, and there'll be two others probably put in to be spares then, or something like that.
Those will likely be issued to the new oncoming personnel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I
you've been
understand that.
issuing newer cars to longer-term officers, and the newer officers getting somewhat used cars. Am I capturing that kind of correctly?
It really depends.
Yeah.
Some of the older officers are good with what they have.
Yeah, they don't want to
I
change.
have the oldest one in the
Yeah, he's
fleet,
got the
and
14.
I
we
noticed
disagree
that.
right now that I'm not going to replace it this year, which it was slated to be replaced. But it just depends. It really the vehicle itself is the main factor. How old is it?
All right, are we finished with police now?
I think we do.
And we still have a couple of other, like Sunset at Sunset, which I think we can,
That's just an in and out.
all right. Is there anything on Sunset at Sunset, tab number 17? It just is, it's there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So the thing about Sunset at Sunset is that it's its own fund and also does not
Thank
have
you.
an effect on general fund balance.
Okay. And revenues and presentations, those are just two other check boxes that there's nothing in them. All right, Tara, just as for our information, how long would you I'm anxious to get a number from you.
I'm gonna work on it this afternoon.
Now, the next meeting, though,
What-
is,
Let's
Well,
get
we
the
have a
answer to
meeting
this
tomorrow,
part.
but it's only if we needed it.
we
I
won't
don't-
need
I don't think that you're gonna need the meeting.
I don't
tomorrow.
either.
There's no way that
No, I
I'm
don't
gonna
see
get it
that.
to you enough time for you to look it
I
over.
have a final exam on Wednesday. I don't want to be here
Okay.
tomorrow.
So when do you expect to give us updated sheets?
I'm gonna work on it this afternoon. And
That's
see if
not what I asked.
I'm gonna try to have it to you this afternoon,
afternoon?
because I work tomorrow.
Okay. yeah.
How would the communications be on that? If all of a sudden you say, I need another $20,000, will we hear that this afternoon?
If I need another $20,000,
That
To
we
balance
need
the
to
budget.
balance, get it
balance
down
the
to
budget,
16
we're still
cents.
20,000, I'm making it up.
right?
Because we need, maybe you then can take the things that you and Lisa control
Mhm.
and can say, we can find some more money here in the copy machine, or we can find
Yeah.
some more money on
Yeah,
something
we can
else.
Get in, Lisa and I can get into the weeds, and I feel pretty confident that I can give you back a balanced budget.
Okay.
Good.
I just need
All
to talk to Richard
Yeah.
and work some
And
things
when the
out with
balanced
him.
budget comes back, we get it back, we talk about it, we don't like anything, we got a chance to
Sure.
communications channel pass
That's
through
April
Lisa what we
16th,
need.
right?
April 16th is the
April
next
16th is the
plan.
next plan meeting.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk about the COLA and merit at all, or you just want it at 3%?
Well, this thing you gave us was pretty shocking to me.
It was pretty
What-
shocking for me too. I
Because
got 10,
the-
20 minutes
one of the
before.
first things that's going to happen is we're going to lose some firefighters because they're going to want to go to Ocean Isle Beach, which is giving a 5% merit.
How much more are they being paid at the base
Them,
of that 5%?
the base pay is pretty,
Ocean Isle, we keep chasing.
yeah.
Yeah, we
Ocean
chase
Isle,
it.
that's the one place that I know that we are constantly chasing them. I don't know what the turnover with them or anything like that. I just know that we keep bringing ourselves up to them as like our standard, and then they run away from us.
We've
That's
lost firefighters to Ocean Isle Beach. I don't know of anybody that's come the other way.
I was talking to a police officer from Ocean Isle Beach, and that's the first thing he said, what are you going to do with the rate, what are you going to do with merit and COLA moving forward? And I said, I don't know.
Shalot's
He
another
said,
one that
he said,
I
let me
know.
know because I'll tell Ocean Isle up at some more.
Well, give us a number. If we did want to entertain a Well, the COLA is 3%, so that would be the same thing if there was a merit at 3%. Because you
so-
budget merit at full 3%, even though 3 is supposed to be the maximum.
It'd be 126,000.
I think a way to,
But say that 3% merit is 126,000.
If you
It's-
did
it's the
the
max.
same as COLA.
Okay.
Mhm,
Yeah.
they'd both be.
in other words, COLA is 126. Where could we come up with $126,000 though?
I really have to go back and
That's a harder
look
one.
at,
There goes his boat,
we do have the boat.
because we've got the boat in the.
Yeah.
Thank you for the jobs that you guys have done. I was overwhelmed today in the conversations in here where money was able to be found.
Anyone got anything else? Not, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.